Now it is live.
Yeah, we started like 5 minutes.
If we talk here, will that be audible?
Should I say yes?
Yeah.
You can test.
Good morning, Professor Chakraborty. Hello. He's on mute. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. Good morning, Professor Chakraborty.
Video, I think. So, hello. Audible.
Oh, okay, great. So, yes, you are audible. You are audible now.
Okay.
We can hear you. There, it seems there is a small lag, but we can hear you. So, thank you, sir. Good morning. So,
Good morning.
So we are starting the session now. I guess the participants who have joined the Zoom session, I hope you're all able to hear us. Yes, so we are able to see your video. So a very hearty welcome to all of you to this one-day workshop on technology and law in an AI-driven society. This is a first of its kind workshop where eminent lawyers and technology experts will be deliberating on the mutual and overwhelming influence between law and technology. Let us kickstart this workshop with the inaugural address by the Vice Chancellor of WNDJS, Dr. Nirmal Chakraborty. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to all of you present here and also on the virtual platform. Welcome to Bengal National University of Juridical Science and Center of Technology and Law. At the first stand, I should congratulate the organizer for selecting the very important and contemporary issue on law, technology, and AI. NUJS is the first law university in the country introduced postgraduate LLM in law technology. Before that, we had MOU with some science technology research institute and also the MOU with other national importance research institute and also center of excellence national important institution like ISAR. We have also have MOU with TCG Crest long before we have introduced technology and law LLM. Now we have also MOU with Indian Institute of Science, Technology and Engineering, SIPU. We are also negotiating with other national institute having science technology. The reason is very clear that NUJS is ready and now realize that law can't be a watertight compartment with legislative acts, enactments, Supreme Court or High Court judgments. Law should be in the context and that context should be society and development. Technology, particularly AI, it is now so fast coming into the various fields of our society and its network production, law. So in European country, there is research going on how AI introduced in operation in US and UK already starts AI the legal framework, particularly or software technology lease. And it's part of our system and its operation. Develop its curriculum research with the development of science technology. And we have started even also AI as we have also introduced nanotechnology law undergraduate as well as introduce the science technology law, and for that we think that this type of our interaction workshop will help us to develop our vision and to product
Like there is some lag in the internet connection, so we're really sorry. We are waiting for him to join back.
some network problem. I hope this particular workshop will give us some guidelines and some other visions which we may adopt in our teaching research in the coming days. Thank you all for accepting invitation. Thanks to our partner TCG Crest for joining us to develop law and technology interface in legal education in the country. Thank you all. My wish is that it will be a grand success. Thank you all present here and hope this will be a very much deliberation and the paper and the decision should help us to go ahead. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Chakraborty, for inaugurating the workshop. I now request Program Director Professor Prashantik Majumdar, DIICT Gandhinagar and TCG Crest to address the participants and tell us more about the theme of the workshop. So we'll start with the video.
Or maybe audio.
Yeah, maybe an audio.
Hello and welcome everyone. This course is designed to equip lawyers with the basics of the underlying technology used for automation of various processes in all domains, and also understand the legal implications of the same. The takeaways from the course are appreciating the change in legal landscape and policies, being familiar with the enabling technologies like machine learning, IoT, blockchain, appreciating the technology-created privacy breaches and security concerns, hands-on exposure to new age technologies through live demonstrations.
Thank you. Srijuni, am I audible? Bhargav, am I audible?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. So, someone already did my job. Who was that?
That was a recorded speech.
Wow.
a synthesizer to just spoke whatever you want that to speak.
So you already have a synthesizer that can speak.
Yes, text to speech.
Text to speech. Wonderful. So this is not actually state-of-the-art speech synthesizer. Something in between. The state-of-the-art speech synthesizers are more proprietary with all sorts of prosodies and connotations captured and can speak much better than me, you see. So there lies the challenge. The whole point of today's gathering, today's deliberations and this workshop. So we are now flooded with a lot of stuffs around us, not generated by human actually. So you have fake images, you have fake videos, you have fake speech, you have even texts written by Shakespeare, apparently it looks like, using huge amount of, by training huge amount of, huge neural networks. They have a technical name behind it, I'm not getting into that. But primarily that is the reason that we realize that this new situation pose more challenge to the legal framework across the globe and largely in the area of digital forensic. I mean, you must be having the right, my lawyer friends must be having the right word for this. Now, I will just refer one or two such compelling situations that would that brings us here, and we need to work together. We means the technology community as well as the law community together to solve things and to look into the problem from a different angle. As Professor Chakraborty said, that law is not we can't imagine it as a watertight segment which will not communicate with other parts of technology. The example that I have in mind immediately, which we also have in our content we developed, which we will see eventually today, a glimpse of that, is what will happen. We all are aware about a robot called Sophia, who got a citizenship from Saudi Arabia, I think. Now, what will happen if Sophia asks for a visa, Indian visa? There are provisions to offer visa to robots. Is it a legal question or legal challenge? New kind of situation you're facing? Well, we don't know the solution, but this is a problem, and there are several other such problems. The inauguration of this particular workshop happened virtually, and this is also the new normal. I mean, post-COVID, if you see, we have e-courts around us. So representation and misrepresentation of people through this virtual media. How will you ensure that who is speaking is, the person who is speaking for himself or is someone else? Blockchain is a very strong upcoming name in the technology space. You might have heard about that. And that is going to getting integrated with legal systems, largely in Europe and US, to ensure all the legal transactions happening virtually are secure. We have some session on that. We have some discussion, and also we have dedicated content on that in a course that we developed jointly. So you will have cryptocurrencies, data privacy issues when we are using mobile phones every day. Just to ride a cab in using Uber or Ola, we are writing off a huge amount of our personal data. Technologists and lawyers can actually work together to figure out the solution. What should happen now? And in future, you will see that there are more courses coming up in the country. Already in European countries and USA, few such courses are there already for 2 years from diploma level to master's level. It's very good to know that NUJS here started LLM in technology and law for the first time in the country. I wish a grand success to that program, and that will actually help us to frame the roadmap of working technologists and lawyers together in this country. So with these comments, I think I made most of the points I wanted to. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. Without waiting further, let's move on. So we have more interesting topics for today. Srijat.
Thank you, Professor Majumdar, for the motivation and directions. We are all geared up for the workshop now. I now request Kanchan Yadav, WPNUJS, and Professor Shomenam Chattopadhyay, PCT Crest at Jadavpur University, to highlight how technology influences data privacy and transparency. Over to you, sir.
Hi everyone, and a very good morning. Hope I'm audible. So for the first session, we have the idea of data privacy versus data transparency, and both of these concepts, I mean, would at a glance seem to be at odds with each other. Because privacy, the concept of data privacy, it provides that our personal and sensitive data should be secure, should be protected from unauthorized access, and so on. And when we get into the idea of transparency, on the other hand, it provides that the data, at least some extent of it, needs to be available, needs to be accessible for the relevant person. So I'll primarily just brief about the legal part, and Professor Chattopadhyay here, he will get more into the technological front of it. And unfortunately for the legal part related to data privacy, we have really not much. Because the legislation that we currently have in place for data privacy and data protection, that is the Information Technology Act of the year 2000. And I mean, it is already a piece of legislation that is more than 2 decades old. And related to data and data protection, there are only a couple of provisions in that. So the provisions are like Section 43A, Section 72, they primarily deal with the protection of personal data in more of a breach setting, as in if a corporate body or if a private individual is negligent about protecting the data of their clients or gets unauthorized access to data or some data that is a breach of confidentiality and does some unauthorized usage of the same, then what punishments would be provided. Now for corporate bodies, the punishment is really not much, a measly fine, and for individuals, it is an imprisonment of up to 2 years and also a fine. Now, this was not the only effort that was made related to data protection and privacy in India. So there was later on the data protection bill that came up in the year 2018, but it continues to be at the stage of a bill itself. So the need for this bill was primarily felt because this more than 2 decades old of law that we have, the IT Act, that was considered to be inadequate to deal with the modern challenges related to data privacy, breach of confidentiality, particularly in the context of AI and bodies that gather and deal with large amounts of data, like social media websites. So the IT Act did not put any significant liability on the intermediaries. So the 2018 bill that sought to somewhat decrease these faults. So the 2018 bill that still remains a bill as of 2021, that provided for 2 basic factors that could improve the situation to some extent. First of all, it provided for a data protection authority. Now this authority would be the primary implementing body when it came to application of the then bill. Now, what the authority would do is come up with the appropriate regulations and policies that would guide the future of data protection and the future of data privacy in India. And the second important facet was that it introduced a concept called significant data fiduciaries. And these significant data fiduciaries, they would be the large corporations, including the social media websites that deal with large amount of personal data and the interaction with the data, interaction among the clients, the consumers on a daily basis. So what part of it would be considered as personal data and how that would be protected. So this regime was made much stricter under the bill. Now, if we consider for a moment that in the next few years this bill becomes an act, but then we get into the problem of transparency of data. Because the bill in its current format is still rife with a number of ambiguities and so on. Because the current version of it that is there, that first of all, some level of transparency needs to be there, because otherwise the justice system, the criminal justice system would not be able to function. Because when the competent authority needs access to the data, there needs to be some sort of guideline as to which extent personal data may be shared or if it can be shared at all. But the bill in itself does not provide any strict guidelines as to if or when mandated to the court or other competent authorities what kind of disclosures might be made. The second gap area is that the transparency requirements, similar to as it applies to the data of individuals, should also apply to the data of the government and the public bodies. And the current version of the bill that provides almost a blanket exemption to the government bodies in as much that they, if they feel like it is not necessary and they do not need to provide even any justification for it, to show that why they cannot provide such transparency of data. And this is obviously a problematic concept since transparency is one of the pillars of good governance, and considering that we are going for digital India and everything between, so that remains a problem. So what I mean to say is that the current legal regime, even in absence of the bill, that has its own problems. The 2000 Act, that is completely inadequate to deal with the current, particularly the conundrum that we have between data privacy and data transparency. And Professor Chattopadhyay will discuss more about the urgency.
Yeah. So I think I'm audible, and this is a very nice way to start the day's proceedings. Before I start, I kind of thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak here. But I have a triangle actually now. I have privacy on one side, security on the other side, and man and machines on the third side. So if I want to make things secure, how can I do it? So I quote from Professor Spafford, the only system which is truly secure is the one which is switched off and unplugged, locked in a titanium safe, buried in a concrete bunker, and is surrounded by nerve gas and very highly paid armed guards. And even then, I would not stake my life on it. So given, everything is insecure. For example, we have CIA data being hacked. We have seen NASA data being hacked. So we cannot really say that if something somewhere is really very securely kept. Having said that, let us dig a little more into the basic components of security. The way I talked about in this quote, the data is not available. Therefore, it is secure. So, what are the three different pillars of a secure system? One is confidentiality, which means that whoever is trying to access the data are are eligible to do that. That's one. The other one is integrity. Okay, I'm eligible to see the data, but what the data that I'm seeing, is it correct? Is it good? Or the data itself is corrupt? I have this presentation of facts. So that's the second point. And the third point is availability. Is that it available? Can others, can general public or even a set of people who are authenticated, who are allowed, can they access it? Is it open or is it locked under some strict security measures? So on top of these three, we have two more. One is accountability. All those who are using the system, how accountable they are. I mean, are they doing their job correctly so that the system remains secure? And the third one is a security audit that you need to do to monitor that everything is safe in this particular premise. So these three security, I mean, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, these are the three sides of a triangle called security triangle. And on top of that, we have two dimensions, as I said. One is accountability, and the third one is availability. Now, if I ask this question, who is vulnerable? Now, naturally, we'll say that the banks are vulnerable, internet service providers are vulnerable, government defense organizations are vulnerable. Frankly speaking, anyone on the network is vulnerable. Now, question is it true that when we did not have this computer network, like in 90s, for example, 80s, we are more secure, we are less vulnerable? The answer is to an extent true. Because yes, I mean, at that point of time, two parties, if they communicate to each other, they always could do that in a very secure channel, which is not the channel that we are talking about now. I mean, they have to send messengers, trusted messengers. So the channel has become insecure once this computer network has been there in the technological front. Now, once that happens, everybody knows that it's a problem. So what did they do? What they first tried to do is to encrypt things. And again, this is not something new. From ages, we used to encrypt things. Very, very innovative encryption. First World War, Second World War, we had these encryptions. Even Julius Caesar used these encryptions. I think even, I mean, in our mythology, there are lots of examples of these encryptions. Now when you want to do encryption in a very technological way, in a very technical manner, then we say that we have to have a key. We have a text, like maybe I have a text. We are having a workshop on 8th of August. Now we have to have a key by which I change this plain text into what is known as a cipher text. Maybe I just simply say that I will use the next third letter of the English alphabet to change the plain text. So I will become K. I mean, W will become XYZ, and so on. So if I do it that way, then anybody who gets that message will not be able to decipher it. So somebody has to know the key to decipher it. Now, therefore, the key has to be known by two persons, the sender and the receiver. Now, the problem here is the key itself has to be known. But if we are really geographically distance, I mean, apart by thousands of miles, then how this key will be distributed? Now, this key cannot be distributed without using this internet, for example. Now, my first point was the channel was insecure. So I go back to a situation where, I mean, it's kind of recursive in nature. I go back to a situation that I have to send a secure thing through an insecure channel. So we understand that. Can I make a channel secure for a small time? Probably we can. Yes, we can, but that becomes costly. So what we can do is we can send the key through this secure channel for a small time. The cost becomes less. And then once the keys are known, then we can freely communicate with each other. Now, this is called symmetric. Actually, symmetric because the sender and the receiver, both of them, have the same key. Now, at some point of time, people understood that this key can be easily managed. I mean, the hackers also became technologically more advanced. So they also, what they could do, they could look at the messages that will be transferred, and from there by intelligence using machine intelligence, using human intelligence, they could say that okay, this is the technique by which these people are actually generating the ciphertext. Now these techniques are not so unknown actually, frankly speaking. These techniques are not so unknown. I mean, after all, these techniques are kind of known. So what kind of keys people are using that can be kind of estimated or guessed. And then with social network prevalent, if somebody tells the keyword to someone, then it becomes almost globally available. So we came to a situation where asymmetric key became the asymmetric key. I mean, it's called public key cryptography, in which we do not have one key which is common between the sender and the receiver. We have two keys. One is called the public key, which is known probably to the world. And another one is a private key for the one private key for the sender, one private key for the receiver. Now, when somebody encrypts, then it encrypts using the sender encrypts using the sender's public key, and as well as a private key and the receiver's public key. Right now, so there is one private key which is getting inserted. At the moment it gets inserted, then anybody who knows the public key cannot decipher it. Now, therefore, the question comes: the intended user, intended receiver must be able to decipher it. How can it do that? So it knows the sender's private key. So using the sender's private key, using the public key of the message and the private key of his own or our own, they can decipher it. Now comes a basic question. See, there are three keys. One is sender's private key, one is receiver's private key, one is the public key. Now the question is, I encrypted using the sender's private key and the public key. Now how can it be guaranteed that the private key of the receiver and the public key that is available can be used to decipher it? Here comes mathematics. So mathematics says that we can have a set of private key public key pair which can have this magic done. But then there is a mathematical formulation behind it, and which are known as this RSA, ECC kind of encryption technologies that you might be aware of. You may be knowing that there is an encryption technology called RSA, there is an encryption technology called ECC. So these are different mathematical foundations on which this public cryptography actually works. Now, if this is fine, if this works, let's say this works as a whole, this works. Is there any other threat now? That's the question. So my messages are always encrypted, none can see it, and therefore my encryption, therefore, I see that the encryption is done, and therefore my message will be secure. What else? What is beyond that? Now, when I send packets to internet, the data is a part of the entire packet. It has a header which contains certain data. They are not encrypted, however. So for example, when you send the data, when you send a file, you send a part of the file, second part of the file, third part of the file. It is not necessary that the receiver will receive them in the same order, because the channel is made of vastly. So they get the packets, the parts of these files in different sequences. So they can resequence it again by seeing the sequence numbers. That's how the large files are transferred. Now the sequence numbers are not encrypted, and therefore I can actually resequence it even if your data is encrypted. So therefore, you cannot really ever secure the entire packet. That's very difficult. Because if you encrypt the entire packet, then the packet does not go from A to B directly. It goes from A to C, C to D, D to B. So C must find out where should I send it again so that it goes to B finally. So if I encrypt the entire packet, then C cannot find that out. Right? C must know where am I sending my packet. So she knows, she needs to know that, because otherwise to whom she will send? D will have to know that I have to send it to B. Maybe D is adjacent to B, therefore D can send it to B. So the entire packet can never be encrypted easily. That's very difficult, and that's impossible. That this is there are things like that. So these are not encrypted. So that as a source of, a hacker going in. Okay, I cannot encrypt the message, but what I cannot see the message as an attacker. But what I can see when it is destined to. What I can do, I can send n number of vague messages to that particular person, blocking your channel. So I may not see your message, no problem. But I can do sufficient harm to you. For example, I unnecessarily put my packets because I know your address is everything, and I jam the network. The service of the receiver is denied completely. Denial of service. Or there are protocol interfaces which I may not do. Sometimes even now the moment you know the sender's data, many other fake receivers can go on asking you to send the data to that particular fake recipient, so that the bandwidth of the sender is completely exhausted. So these are the things which are beyond encryption. You cannot solve these problems by means of encryption. Maybe you are getting a data from the sender, but you think that it's the sender, right? Who told you that? How do you know that it's the sender? You are supposed to get a data from A. You got some data. How do you know that it is A's data? Maybe you think that, okay, if A's picture comes, then it's A's data. But I can always paste the picture of A. The attacker can do that. So authentication is a huge problem. How do you authenticate that the sender is the one that actually was the real sender, the intended sender? Similarly, I am sending, and the message goes to B. Now, it's okay, it's an encrypted message, but B knows the key, but B does not have the power but the privilege to see this data. Access control. I am a student, I have a password, I have everything, but I cannot see the controller's data, right? And so, if things are encrypted, but if I know the key, then I can have that role, right? Depending on the role, your access control must be in place. That is not via encryption. Encryption will not solve that. So there are lots of questions, lots of points, lots of issues which cannot be solved by encryption alone. Encryption is a very good tool, and without encryption, nothing can be done. But just with encryption, you cannot pull it off. And these come under the purview of typically network security. Now, we occasionally hear about cyber security threats. We come across such threats, in newspapers and etc. Many times. So, the common threats that are phishing, for example, huge, source of threat. Common malwares like viruses, Trojan horses, worms. We are affected by these malwares day in and day out. Then fake websites that steal data, and much more so. These are cyber security threats. I hope that you know that by now people are knowing that viruses are not viruses; they are basically programs which can stay in your memory. You do not know about it because so many processes run in your memory. We do not know that. If you ever go to the task manager of your Windows system or the processes listing in your Unix system, you'll find out that lots of processes are running, and you really do not know which process is for which application that you are running. So lots of processes are running, and similarly, a time resident. For example, your clock that runs always. It's a time resident program that always runs. So similarly, I can simply have a program which runs. And when it runs, if it is a bad program, then it can do lots of things. It can actually delete your files. It can add some big files to it. It can add itself even. Let's say it can delete and it can add itself. So meaning your computers are infected with that program which can delete files. So that's why it's a virus. Now if this program can transmit itself, can transmit itself through the network, then it goes to other computers as well. That's a one. Now somebody said that you have an antivirus. Download it. You downloaded it, and basically it's a virus. That's a Trojan horse. You do not know. So then there are some viruses nowadays. It's become very common. It resides in your computer, encrypts the data, and says that give me some money. I'll give you this your data back. Otherwise, you cannot use your own data. Ransomware, right? So, and these threats are real, and these threats not only affect common people. I know of huge number of threats which affected very secure computers in various defense organizations of various so-called developed countries. And sometimes we say that antivirus software are produced by only those people who produce viruses, because they know the signature the most. Now, each of these, how do I detect a virus? A virus is a program. So that program has a standard signature, like it will do something with your file system, it will do something with your network. So those lines are typical to find out in a virus program. So when these antiviruses, when they work, they basically look for the signatures. They look for the signatures, and when they look for the signatures, they actually find out there. Now, we have in network security parlance three entities. One is Bob and one is Alice. They send data to each other, and there is one Eve from which the eavesdrop came. There's an Eve who looks at the net all the time. So what the Eve can do? Eve can inject traffic, right? Modify messages, block messages, and replay messages. But what it cannot do, it cannot go to the senders or the receivers' memory and find out the kind of important ingredients of security, like the key, for example. Those keys are nothing but they are created out of random numbers. Most keys are created out of random numbers because random numbers are the ones which are most difficult to guess. You cannot guess a random number, and then the random number changes with time. You have session keys, right? You have OTPs, for example. So those are the random numbers which are given to you to use for a small duration. Beyond that, because it's a 4-digit OTP. Now it is 6-digit OTP. You can see that. Now it will become 8-digit OTP because the computation power becomes more, and people can find out. I can try with all those OTPs of 6 digits and find out. So if the time is small, computation power is high, then number of digits of the OTP or the key matters. So therefore, we do short term, and all those short term keys are dependent on random numbers, and random numbers are produced by the receiver and the sender depending on the formula in a nice manner, so that things are completely done. So nowadays, however, we have interesting hackers, interesting attackers who can find out the random numbers in your computer as well. Random numbers not stored in your laptop only, in your smart card, for example, your phone. The random numbers are stored because those are also used for your authentication. Now, when I say authentication, how do you authenticate yourself to a system? You write a username and a password. The password can be weak or strong, as you know. Almost everybody now know. I have to use a strong password. Without a strong password, people. Most systems say that you redo it again, send the password. Now, but that's called a one-factor authentication. On top of that, if I send my fingerprint, then that will be a two-factor authentication. On top of that, if I say I will swipe a smart card, that will be three-factor authentication. More number of authentications will make the system more robust, and the cost of, I guess, the performance. But nowadays, these are done, and And what I was trying to say is that even this this biometric authentication has a huge problem. See, if your smart card is stolen, you can replace it. But if your fingerprint is stolen, anybody can use that, right? So it's a huge thing. You cannot transmit a fingerprint like that to the network. Again, we do not say you with the fingerprint, but the fingerprint is stored in a very secure place, as secure as we can make. And what is sent across is not your fingerprint, but a transformed set of features in the fingerprint. Right? So that if something is lost, then that set of features will be lost. And from that set of features, getting the original fingerprint is not feasible in terms of, in mathematical. This is a computationally very hard problem. You cannot do that easily. You can only do that using supercomputers and things like that. You cannot do that. And people will not do that therefore. So my point is biometric authentication is very difficult. It's good option, but it's not very easy to be utilized in networks. But because if it is stolen, you are done. So that's another thing. Now, if I go to IoT for a small discourse, IoT, we all of us have got a number of sensors around us. Your smartphone is a storehouse of sensors. If you like, you can have, I think, enough 30-40 sensors, sense data out of it, and that can be sent. So they can be sent because your mobile phone has a communicating mechanism. It can communicate. Even small sensors can communicate. The sensors that we place, for example, in the sports person's body, all persons who take part in sports activities, like those famous names, all of them have 100+ sensors all around their body, because that's monitored always. So they can send the data. Now, when they send the data, that goes to a gateway, because they cannot send data to a large range. So that goes to an intermediary, and from that intermediary, it goes to cloud, it goes to users, it goes to maybe hospitals, it goes to caregivers, wherever it wants to. And the analytics is done typically in the cloud, and the results are immediately sent back to the cloud. Now, therefore, you can see that your private data is transmitted without, with your permission, but without your knowledge, to so many things. Now comes IoT. In IoT, we have now more than 20 billion devices in this globe, and it will become 50 billion and so on and so forth. Two problems will arise. One is bandwidth. Everybody will try to get hold of the network. That's a bandwidth problem. For that, what you know is from computing, edge computing, they are coming. So compute at the edge as much as you can, so that you're computing only for very detailed computation. It will go to cloud. Otherwise, it will get back from the edge. Second one is, therefore now we were like 8 billion users. Now it is 50 billion users. Not all of them are human beings, machines. Now a machine is hacking a data from your machine. One machine is hacking a data from another one's machine. Now, from a legal perspective, question is whom to blame, whom to catch. Because there is no human being who is actually, stealing data from your device. It's an algorithm which is stealing data. You can always say the algorithm is running on a machine, and the machine belongs to somebody, and therefore that I will always arrest that particular person. You cannot, because maybe it's my device. I do not know. Maybe Prosenjit is using my device and sending the data and running the algorithm, because all of us are connected. So even if you can find out who owns that particular device, whom can you make responsible for the guilt that has been done, right? So now in IoT, the attacks are millions and billions, and those actually sometimes affect. We have seen sometimes it affects grid power grids, sometimes it affects, cyber assets. I think if you, yes, less than a year back, we had a hacking in the power grid somewhere in the world, and power went off. Like huge thing happened, and that can happen in any time, anywhere, right? So another point is, whom can you actually make responsible for? You cannot. So for that, we need policies to be framed and legal frameworks to be properly built. Now, when you update your machine or your software, if you do not know, maybe your credentials are stolen, because updations or updates should come in encrypted format. Not always. They do not come always. Now, therefore, if a question comes, so many IoT devices are there. 70% of our population want to use those IoT devices for their work. I mean, a working mother, working parent goes to office, keeping the child at a place. Now, they want to monitor the child at different points of time. Now, who knows, because of a vulnerability in the software that you are using, or a vulnerability in the network service provider that you are using, some other person can actually find out the whereabouts of the child, make the parent off and take control of monitoring and the child, and they can therefore do whatever they like to do with the child. So there are many vulnerabilities that we introduce ourselves without knowing. Now, if you say that whenever all the vulnerabilities are gone, then only we'll use the IoT machines. Point is, then I believe that you cannot use it till a century, because it's not going to happen easily. On the other hand, you need those IoT algorithms, IoT devices, because you need them in daily life. So the balance there. So what is the balance? That is a question that the technologists will not be able to answer. The lawmakers will have to answer that question. That what is good security mechanism, what is bad security mechanism? I mean, how to disclose your vulnerabilities, how to disclaim your ownership in the security aspect of a solution that you are providing. You are selling a particular algorithm software which I can download in my machine. Now, what is it will never have a guarantee that nothing can be done on your machine through this software. But what is the guarantee that you're looking for? What is reasonable guarantee? And people all over the world are looking for a reasonable guarantee, be it US, be it anywhere. And they have made a lot of IoT, AI IoT committees for framing laws. I've seen that in US, everywhere. So our IT law that we talked about in 2000, that is 2000. It's kind of old law. I've seen that law in terms of technologies. I cannot comment on the legalities of it. But it talks about public key, it talks about phishing, and basically it says that the user has to be responsible and has to take all the responsibilities. But if you go abroad, it is not the same. Even this Aruggo Setu, I mean, the app that you are using, people in many other countries not say that you will not use it because it actually knows where am I. I mean, it can reach my privacy. So they had to do a lot of anonymizing on that, so that the anonymity will be preserved, as well as the network can be the purpose can be served. So a reasonable guarantee is people are looking for when they talk about privacy, security, and transparency. You have them together, and only the solution that will not come from technologists, will not come from the lawmakers. It's I would say that it's a collaboration or a conglomeration that will ultimately see how this huge debate on transparency, privacy, security can be fixed. So The reasonable part will be defined by policymakers, and the reasonable part will be then implemented by the technologists. So, without, I mean, one cannot do the entire thing. I could go on and on, but I think my time is up.
No, you still have some.
I still have some time. Okay. So, in fact, continuous talking about the social networks, right? The Facebook and all. Now, all of us know that they have a huge data of ours, right? Now, so that part is done. You will also see that hate speeches and all are more attractive, and therefore they become viral very easily. If you look at the technical consideration of that, we'll find out that the intermediaries who tend to be very modest, very innocent, they have algorithms which are scientifically excellent. But those algorithms try to find out which news is getting more attention, right? They do not know about the morality of correctness of the news, morality of the news, but they only can fetch the kind of attraction that a news can generate. And once that is done, then they throw those news to others so that they can forward it again. So those algorithms are so it is not true that technology is not behind spreading this. Let's say, I would say that not hate news, but maybe unreasonable news or not intended news, not correct news, right? Now, point is, in a commodity market, in a market where you just go for consumers. So there, what happens is, if something has a consumer, then the sellers will definitely sell that. The algorithms intelligently find out which is consumed more, and that's not an easy task. So scientifically speaking, it's a very challenging algorithm. The algorithm should be praised, but the use of the algorithm, I mean, whether it will be praised or not, that depends on you. I do not know. I will keep my hands away because I cannot say that. I will say that the algorithm is really very nice. On the fly, it finds out which algorithm or which news is getting more popularity and is getting more rank. I mean, it's very difficult to do that in that small time, but it does that. Now, for example, all of us know that WhatsApp or all these things are end-to-end encrypted. Now, what is meant by end-to-end encrypted? I mean, is Gmit end-to-end encrypted? Is Gmit end-to-end encrypted? Is Zoom end-to-end encrypted? No, they are not. WhatsApp is end-to-end encrypted. So what is meant by that? From the time you are sending the data till the time it is received, it is. I mean, you cannot decide it. And what about Gmit and Zoom? Once it is transmitted, it is encrypted. I mean, once it is received, it remains encrypted. But while you are sending it, it is not encrypted. After it is received by the server, I mean, it is open. Now, having said that, so for example, your and not Android phone, iPhones are terribly secure, and therefore most of the time you cannot do much with iPhones. You'll find out that most of it says a security error, and you cannot really connect to almost anything. Now, so my point there was that even if it is something is end-to-end encrypted, there is a key to encrypt it, and there is a key to decrypt it. How do I make it end-to-end encrypted? I forget the key. The key is just forgotten. So now, even really, what the WhatsApp owner cannot encrypt it. Cannot decrypt it because the key is forgotten. Right? So now the key is forgotten from the point of view of sending to the point of storing that in the server. Now the key is not forgotten from sending to I mean, it reaches the end point your computer in case of GBIT. And when it reaches the server, it goes to the user, to the receiver, that part is not encrypted. So during that time, the message is open.
Only encrypted in the network.
That's it. That's why GBIT is not end-to-end encrypted and Google, your WhatsApp is end-to-end. The moment I want to make an end-to-end encryption, I cannot do a lot of stuff. I cannot record, for example, so easy. Because I have to capture the software to capture everything and cannot let any other agencies come in, right? Because if I allow other software to run on top of my software, then they can see things. I don't allow that. So first of all, doing that is difficult. If that happens, then synchronization of the image with your talk, with your speech is very difficult, because image data is huge and that goes. Now you can keep the image data as well almost. So in WhatsApp, if you find out GBIT or Zoom are more interface is better. By that I mean that the time gap is less. The synchronization is more compared to WhatsApp. WhatsApp cannot do it more than 8, I guess, right? More than 8. There is a limit to the number of users whom you can accommodate in WhatsApp video kind of chats. Right? 8 to 64, these are the limits. You cannot do it beyond that. You cannot do it 100, 500. Webex can do it up to 500, not 100. So, but you cannot do that if you have to encrypt the huge data, because that is also a part of the data that is being sent. So there are pros and cons of providing security, and your machine, when you put it on and when you upgrade your software, every browser, I think each one of you have in the browser a number of apps. For example, many people have an app for attendance in Google Meet. So those apps surely can see everything that is done on your computer, including your keystrokes, everything. So if they want, they can actually find out the passwords that you type in between. Right? So if I say that, then you never will download a third-party app and you cannot do your job. So in fact, I have this Google Meet, this attendance app, because when I take classes, then in Google Meet, then I take the attendance using the app. But of course, that app has an access to my machine. Otherwise, how can you do that? All the apps that you have in your phone, they have an access to your keyboards and everything. You'll see that without that, they will continuously ask you to give that access, and until you give that access, and otherwise they will not do the job that they are supposed to do. Be it, any app that I wanted to download here. So, but for that matter, we have voice recorders and everything. So though they are actually given permission. So knowingly, unknowingly, we give permission, and those permissions allow software to steal information from your computer with or without your knowledge. And once they are known, then naturally we cannot hope for a huge security. That we cannot. Right? So, what is a reasonable security is a question that I have in this world that I do not know. Given that reasonable security, technologists can help achieving that. But if you say technologists have to say 100% secure systems, guarantee that, then that is not going to come. That is, I do not see that. That has not come, that's history. That is not going to come easily. That's also a part of the history. Whether it will come or not, I don't know. But difficult, very difficult. So with that, I conclude
So you mean that there comes law to protect the rest of the...
particularly mean that the reasonableness of this system is being deliberated by a huge group consisting of lawyers, technologists, and stakeholders. I think you know about the California laws and all, no? I mean, there are many laws which are out in US and Europe for reasonability of these things.
Right, sir. So ultimately, what I would like to add is the question is of balance. And right now, with the law that is more than 2 decades old, I mean, we are nowhere near achieving that at all. The current bill, even if it is passed, it has its own drawbacks, but it would at least be some sort of a step in the right direction.
Yes, but I mean, I think that we need to look at the existing laws or being formulated laws abroad. Because I have seen that there are committees which have given recommendations to US Senate and all about the usability of IoT devices. I have some. I think I have some small. California, I think I have. Just a minute. Yeah, California legislative information. I mean, they said that Senate has a bill which was passed. I mean, in fact, I think US Senate also has a bill passed in the recent years about the IoT devices because they have the market, they have the producers, and the producers push for making these laws. So I did not talk about those laws here because I am not a competent person for that. But if you want, I can give you a whole lot of references of the laws that are existing in US and US in particular that you have seen. For example, I have seen a California Senate Bill 327, which talks about the IoT devices, which the requirement of the IoT devices to be sold in California.
Okay.
It also
Every state in US has this as a bill like this, as well as the US as a whole has a bill like this. But what are the requirements, security requirements of? You want to count?
It also has something to do with the overall national approach towards privacy and data protection. And US and especially EU have already made a move on that quite earlier than us. For us, though, even the PDP bill failed, so we don't even know what is going to be our final stance.
Status now?
Withdraw.
And that's
There were 200 and plus amendments which were proposed by the select committee. So they, instead of having all those amendments together, they decided to withdraw it, and maybe it will make a reappearance sometime, some years later in a different form. But till the point we actually have legislatively acknowledged the requirement of personal data protection, data security, etc. I mean, these kind of, then this is the next step to that, you know, how to do this. First of all, is we have to recognize that this needs to be done. That's where we're
So thank you.
Thank you,
Sunil?
Professor. Thank you, Professor Chattopadhyay and Kanjan, for this promising discussion. I would now request Professor Aman Gupta, WP NGS, and Professor Arpita Maitra, PCG CREST, to help us understand the impact of financial technologies.
just
Okay, and
I
yes,
just understand that there is a likely tea break sometime now.
It can have after this session, after this.
Okay.
and like I just would like
Or-
to interrupt once, like for all
After the break?
participants who are actually
Sure.
watching this live stream, it would be requested if you could at least mention your name, affiliation, and email in the comment section. That would be great if you could do that. We could at least understand who are
Feedback.
watching. And then we would come up with a feedback form at our post lunch. There will also be require your valuable feedback for this workshop. Yeah, all the registered candidates, we have to send it across to you. Okay, over to you, Professor.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm excited to speak. I'm really glad that all of you could actually make it physically, given the fact that we've been used to online classes for so long. It's actually good to see people on a personal level. I'm supposed to speak on financial technologies or fintech, as it is called, and it's perhaps the most exciting area or area of development that's taking place in India right now. India is the third largest fintech ecosystem, and it is expected that it will become a $150 billion industry by 2025. And just the kind of innovations that are taking place, I know we often think about cryptocurrency the moment we think about fintech, but even beyond cryptocurrency, there's just so many exciting things that are happening in India that it's the area to work in, I would argue, at this point of time, if you want to work in any area. Now, the primary legislation, from speaking from a lawyer's perspective, because I'm supposed to speak from that, speaking from a lawyer's perspective, the primary legislation that governs the fintech ecosystem in India is this 2007 legislation, which is called the Payment and Settlement Systems Act. And that essentially designates RBI as a supreme authority, because you cannot operate or you can't start a payment and settlement system without the authorization or the directions of the RBI. And you essentially need to make an application to the RBI. The RBI will give you instructions on what's to be done. And only then can you start the system. Now, this act in itself provides for a few things, such as what is a payment system, which is essentially a system which enables payment between a payer and beneficiary. And it involves clearing, payment, and settlement service for all of them, which includes then your debit cards and credit cards, as you would think. So even if I want to offer a debit card tomorrow, I need to go and take the permission of the RBI and get the instructions from there. What this legislation also does is essentially also sets up the dispute settlement mechanism and also regulates the conditions in which such a system can be granted the permission. And some of the considerations that are there with regards to granting the permission essentially are the need for the proposed payment system, the technical standards, and one of the most important things which I personally find the key to the developments that are taking place in India right now is the fact that the interest of consumers have to be kept in mind. And as we're moving towards more and more financial inclusion, we suddenly find that consumers are the kings, and the kind of technologies that we have, we couldn't have thought of them perhaps 10 years back, but they're here today, and perhaps we even have technologies which are not there in some of the other jurisdictions that we consider developed. Now, subsequent to the legislation, what the RBI does is it issues circulars and guidelines from time to time. And you will have an annual master guideline which will be issued if you're ever in your internship. Those are the places that you're supposed to look at. I spent a lifetime looking at that when I was working in a law firm. And the most important one that I would argue at this point of time, especially in light of the new buy now, pay later, and the other factors that are coming in, are the prepaid instruments guidelines. Now, prepaid instruments are any instruments which can be loaded with cash, and I can use it to purchase goods and services across the board. Think of I don't know how many of you have been to Delhi Metro, or you've used the Delhi Metro card, I don't know if you've used it, the smart card which is issued. So even to issue that, you need permission from the RBI. And Delhi Metro especially has taken a permission to be able to issue these smart cards for the mass transit system. Now,
Kolkata Metro also has it.
Kolkata Metro also has it. I've not traveled in Kolkata Metro, so what was saying?
He has just arrived in Kolkata for some. Not lost.
Connected to staying in Kolkata and riding by Delhi Metro.
In-driver app, and
He's staying in Newtown, so as it is metro is
that will probably come in a few years. But the three types of prepaid instruments that I want to essentially focus on. First is a closed system, where think of it that you essentially joined everyone here. I will issue you a card. You will tell me how much the money is, and you can use this card to purchase goods and services within this area that have been issued by me. Now, you don't need permission to purchase or issue such cards. But where the complication starts coming is the moment you integrate third parties into it. So suppose hypothetically that I want to issue a card, which is a mobile wallet, as I'd consider it perhaps. And I want you to be able to purchase other goods and services with that using that mobile wallet. I will need the permission of the RBI for that. And you have the categorization closed and semi-closed, which can go open and semi-open. But I'm not really looking into that at this point of time. But you essentially need the permission of RBI in case you want to effect money transfer or in case you want to effect purchase of goods and services. Now, something that you have to remember in this categorization of open and semi-open, we essentially have these limits called small prepaid instruments and the full KYC prepaid instruments. And the distinction between them, of course, is in terms of monetary sums that can be loaded, and also the kind of KYC that is required. Now, basic KYC norms we are required to fulfill for the small prepaid instruments, and we can do transactions up to 10,000 rupees on a monthly basis if you want. For the full KYC, you need a lot of details, almost like opening a bank account. And I think most of us have experienced that at some point of time with regards to mobile wallets. So you need the permission of, again, RBI for that. And the difference between the small wallets and the full KYC wallet is that full KYC wallet is what you need essentially to be able to do money transfers and to take money out of the system. And this is something that you will face a lot when you're especially dealing with the new issues pertaining to buy now, pay later, when you're essentially looking at mobile wallets. All these things are essentially what you essentially need to look at in the first instance. Now, the second thing that I can talk about at this point of time is the UPI. I think all of us have used UPI in our lives now. Now, UPI is not regulated by RBI itself, at least directly. UPI is actually regulated by NPCI. It's a joint venture between the RBI and the Indian Banks Association. So RBI does not have guidelines on it. It will talk about interoperability and all those things, but it's actually issued by the NPCI, which does it. And more recently, you suddenly have this system of offline payments now within the UPI, which was actually there for quite some time, but was not that successful. But you suddenly have now coming up, even if you do not have your phone with you, the signal with you of internet, or even perhaps the telecommunication server is not available, you can still make UPI payments now to the extent of rupees 200. And this is something that is sought to include the last mile connections, which perhaps do not have the kind of internet that we have at this point of time. Or when often we use for travel on trains and there's no signal suddenly. Well, it can be useful in those considerations. So that's something that we can perhaps look at, or new exciting area that is there with regards to the regulation. Apart from that, you have peer-to-peer lending, you have payment banks, all of those things, again, the RBI regulates. Now let's come to the thing that actually has attracted the most attention, which is cryptocurrency. Now, cryptocurrency essentially is a digital or virtual currency which is secured by cryptographic technologies. What is cryptographic technologies? I'm not going to tell you at this point of time. I will leave it to the experts to tell you. But from the regulation point of view, honestly, RBI has been very clear that this is something that can lead to issues. And they have a number of times warned the participants with regards to the fact that do not really indulge in trading these activities and do not provide services to it. And starting from 2013, you suddenly see notifications which have been, or at least orders which have been issued in this regard. And finally, this culminates in 2018 circular, which said that entities regulated by RBI are not to deal in cryptocurrencies or provide services in that regard. And which essentially had the effect that cryptocurrencies were banned in India for all intents and purposes. Now, this gets challenged by the IAMI, the Indian Mobile Authority, and the Southern Regulatory Body that is there. And the Supreme Court finds that the limits that were placed by the RBI, that was disproportionate. So it says that you have to actually impose a proportional response in this regard, at least the RBI has to. And the reaction to that by the Indian government has been that they have proposed a number of years now, we've been talking about a bill that is going to come up. And it is thought that the contents of the bill will prohibit cryptocurrency, the use of cryptocurrency in India. And what will essentially issue is an official digital currency, which will be issued by the RBI. So there's no risk involved with regards to the sum essentially being volatility. You also have issues with regards to the anti-terrorist regulations that are there. So that is something that you have to also keep in mind. One thing that the RBI has actually done is, while they have essentially questioned the cryptocurrency itself, they've actually supported the blockchain technology underneath. And in a number of areas, especially with regards to cross-border payments, there have been attempts made to see cryptocurrency, or if not cryptocurrency, blockchain can be used and utilized. Apart from that, on the more exciting things front, we have a new sandbox, regulatory sandbox, which has been created, in which if you're a company, fintech company, you can approach the RBI, you can test the new products in a controlled regulatory environment, and you have to show that the system that you're offering or the proposed services that you're offering are not currently regulated or face a regulatory barrier. They require some regulatory restrictions, and they promise to improve the delivery of financial services. And every year, the RBI selects a few entities and they test this thing about the last mile connections, especially the payment of offline apps. I believe that is actually coming from the RBI's sandbox. That's something that you perhaps have to keep in mind when you're looking at the new things that are going to happen from a regulatory perspective. And you also have a new division which has been created, a new department which has been created by the RBI, which is now called the FinTech Department. So all of those regulations which are going to come up from a lawyer perspective, if you ever have to check or do your due diligence, you have to check there. And the other thing, the one final thing is the insurtech companies which are coming up. And that is essentially regulated by the RDA. So in case you ever want to check that, you have to go to the RDA website and get the regulations in this regard. That's it from me. That's it, mostly the regulatory perspective, at least the regulations that are there. I open ma'am now.
Okay. So slides.
Yes, I will start. So like if ma'am could just say a few words and then I'll start sharing.
Right song. You can just speak.
Ma'am, could you just say some words and then I'll just start sharing.
Yes, so Aman, thank you, Aman. So he talked about cryptocurrency and some payment gateway, all those things. So for that, we required some passwords, some OTP kind of thing. We already aware of that. So I will talk about how this OTP can be generated, how we can protect our password, and what is cryptocurrency. Using some cryptographic primitives, we can create these and secure our security. So I will talk about that. So cryptology and its implications in financial domain. So I won't go into the technological details, but I will try to give you an overview so that if you are interested, then we can discuss the technological details.
Okay, ma'am, we'll just share the slides in a second.
Yeah.
Make it full screen. Oh, so cryptology and its implications to financial technology. Next slide. So, we need to understand what is cryptology first. Consider a situation where there are two groups, G1 and G2. The persons in the group G1 want to communicate among themselves towards a decision. The communication is made over a public channel that anybody, including the members of G2, can listen. Further, the members of G2 will try to intrude as well as disturb the decision-making process. So this is the situation. Now we will see how cryptology can play a role into this situation. So Jenny, next slide. So cryptography is the science that provides the technique so that the information transferred among the members of G1 as well as the decision will not be available to any person outside the group. So that is called cryptography. So cryptography is a methodology which provides the technology so that the decision will remain in the members of G1, and the decision will not be transferred to anybody else outside his group. And cryptanalysis is the science where the members of G2 will try to get partial or complete information regarding those information and try to influence the decision-making process. So cryptanalysis is the methodology where the members of G2 will try to extract some information about the decision-making process. And the subject cryptology is the combination of these two. So cryptography and cryptanalysis. Cryptography give you the methodology, how you can secure your information, and cryptanalysis is the methodology, is the technique to extract some information about that secret information. This cryptology, the concept of this cryptology is not very new. It is an old concept. 400 BC in Greece, the head of the spy was shaved, and the information, that is a tattoo, it is the secret information. They engraved the secret information in the form of a tattoo on the head of that spy. And when the hair grew, the spy was allowed to travel and allowed to go to that receiver, and the receiver knew that what is happening. They again, the head of that spy was shaved, and they extract the information. So that is one kind of cryptology. Julius Caesar in 44 BC, in that Julius Caesar also used that cryptology. So when in the time of the war, he used some ciphers that is called Caesar cipher. And how he created that cipher? The rule of that creation is, suppose some letter is I, then I will be replaced by I plus 3 mod 26. So I have 26, we know that we have 26 alphabets, so that is why I plus. So if A is that letter, A will be replaced by D. D will be replaced by D, E, F, G. So that means if you want to say attack at dawn, it will be D, W, W. So A will be replaced by D, T will be replaced by W. So D, W, W, C will be replaced by F. So A, W, W, D, F, N. So that is a D, W, W, D, F, N, D, W, G, D, Z, Q. This is the cipher text. It is meaningless to us if we don't know of what letters is replaced by which. So Caesar used this cipher at that time of the war. Next slide. Again, Sherlock Holmes, cryptology also, the concept of cryptology also used in the fiction also. The Sherlock Holmes, The Adventure of Dancing Man, they used, this is a one cipher text. So some man, he is dancing. So to us, it has no meaning, but who knows the key, he can extract the information hiding inside this dancing man. Then Da Vinci Code, this is one crypto system. This is called cryptex. It is used to generate the cipher text. Then Enigma, this is a machine. This is used by the German at the time of Second World War. And this machine is used to encrypt the message, encrypt the secret message. And this machine was broken by Polish scientist Marian Rejewski. And some historians say that due to this is the one of the reasons why German failed in Second World War. Now, the general definition of cryptology, we already discussed that cryptology is a combination of cryptography and cryptanalysis. So cryptology can be divided into two words. One is cryptos, that is mean hidden, and another is logia, that is mean study. So cryptology, we can say that the cryptology is the study and practice of hiding information, the science and technology of information security. Cryptography and cryptanalysis makes cryptology. Cryptography gives you confidentiality, So it guarantees the security of your information. Data integrity, so that your information won't be tampered. Authentication, so it certify who are exchanging the message. Non-repudiation, so if you must say something you cannot deny in later time, cryptography guarantees that. And cryptanalysis is the technique to extract some information which is hidden in the ciphertext. So that is cryptanalysis, and combining these two, you will get cryptology. Now, how cryptology can play the role in financial domain. So consider one situation where we want to transfer money from, say, from my SBI account to my UTI account. Then what we generally do, we log into our net banking, type my username and password. The password is communicated through internet, a public channel, from my computer to SBI server. SBI server checks if the password is correct. If correct, SBI allows me to log in and make the transaction. So this is the scenario. We always do that. Now, if the password is communicated as, suppose my password is Orpita and it is communicated as Orpita through the public channel, then what will happen? Then any third party who has certain access over the network can easily capture it, and he or she can behave like me and do the transaction. Then what is the solution? We need to communicate some modified hidden form of the password over the network so that the third party cannot understand what is my actual password. The SBI server will be able to transfer the modified form of the password to its proper form and check. Any other person will not be able to do the same. So this is the solution. So how we can do that? Using cryptographic primitives. So for that, we need some function that is called one-way function. So what is one-way function? One-way function is a function that easy to compute but hard to invert. So we cannot invert it. The hard to invert requirement is formalized by saying that a polynomial time adversary will fail to invert the function except with negligible probability. That means in an informal way that using our existing technology, using our existing computer, we cannot invert the function easily. It requires exponential time beyond our lifetime. So that is called one-way function. So easy to compute but hard to invert. One example, suppose you are given a function a to the power x mod p. You know the value of a, you know the value of p, you know the value of b, that's a functional value, you know that. Then you are asked to find the value of x. So how you can do that? If it is continuous logarithm, then using our 10th class mathematics, we can solve them. We will take the log in both sides and x will be log a b. But if it is discrete logarithm, then finding the value of x will be hard. Hard means using our existing technology, we cannot find the value of x easily. It requires exponential time if b, a are very large number. So if b and a are very large number, then we cannot find the value of x. We cannot, and if it is discrete logarithm problem. So next slide. So if you know the value of a and x and p, then you can easily compute b, that is a to the power x mod p, because you know the value of a, you know the value of x, you know the value of p, so you can easily compute a to the power x mod p. So what is happening here? So this is one-way function. So we can easily compute it. If you know the value of a, if you know the value of x, if you know the value of p, we can easily compute b. But if you know the value of b, a and p, we cannot get the value of x. So this is one example of one-way function. So it is actually used in public key cryptography. Now another function is hash function. What is hash function? It can take variable length input. So input might be any length, but it outputs a constant length. So output will be some constant length. So 0, 1 to the power star, star mean variable length, and 0, 1 to the power n. So n is a fixed number. And what is the properties of a hash function? Easy to compute because it is one-way function. So easy to compute the hash value for any given message. Infeasible to find a message that has a given hash. So if you are given y, the hash value of the message, you cannot find the value of x. So one-way function, easy to compute. If you are given x, then you can easily compute y. But if you are given y, then it is not very easy to go back to x. Infeasible to modify a message without changing its hash. So if you change just one bit, then your hash will be completely different. Hash value will be completely different. Infeasible to find two different messages having the same hash. Suppose you have two different messages, x1 and x2, but for that, h of x1 and h of x2 will be the same. That situation will be very rare. The property of the hash function is that. So this is that you are given, so green means you are given that value, so you are given y, but it is infeasible to get back the red value x. Next slide. This is that you are given x1 and x2, but finding, so the hash of x1 and hash of x2 will be y, it will be very rare situation. Now, next slide. Now, if you change one bit, here x1 and x2, the difference between x1 and x2 in one bit, that red one. But if you notice, then you can see that the hash value y1 and y2, y1 is the hash value of x1 and y2 is the hash value of x2. Then those hash value y1 and y2 are completely different. So there are, I think, 14 bits difference between y1 and y2. So we change a single bit, but we get many bits difference. And these properties give the protection of our password. So suppose your password is hello, so your X is hello. Now, when you type hello in your system, in your computer, your system will apply one hash, and that hash value will look like that. This hash value will be stored in the SBI, suppose in SBI server. So in the second time, when you again type hello, that hash value will be generated. It goes to the SBI server, and SBI server checks whether this hash value matches with the stored hash value. If it is, then SBI server allow you to log in into your network account and do the transaction. But if you change, suppose instead of E, you write B, HBLLO, then your hash value will be completely different. Then when you send that hash value to SBI server checks and finds some error, and it declares that your password is incorrect, so I cannot allow you to log into your account. So this is the one example how we can use hash function to protect our password. Now OTP generation, we do that regularly. So in OTP generation, we use stream cipher principle. So what is stream cipher? In stream cipher, we have some message, and we have M is our message, and Z is our key stream. And we take one message bit and one key bit, and we generate one cipher bit. So, and how we can generate that? It is actually addition modulo 2. So add the two values and divide it by 2, and the remainder will be your ciphertext value. So suppose your message bit is 0, your key stream bit is 1. So if you add 0 and 1, you will get 1. 1 will divide 1 by 2, what will be your remainder? 1. So your ciphertext bit will be 1. If your message bit is 1 and key bit is 1, so 1 plus 1 will be 2. So when you divide it by 2, your remainder will be 0. So ciphertext bit will be 0. So in that way. So in that way, you generate a long ciphertext stream, And when you generate your OTP, so you then divide your ciphertext into small parts, and each part will be your OTP. And note that once you use that part, you cannot use that for another time. So that is why it is called OTP, one-time pad. Next. So next. So one-time pad. So visiting one website to purchase some item, pay through credit card, put credit card details, and then control is transferred to payment gateway. At this point, an OTP is received in your mobile phone. So OTP will be generated in that way. So, first, the server will generate a long ciphertext stream. Then it will divide it into small parts, and each part will be your OTP. But once that part will be used, it cannot be used for further transaction. So that is why it is called one-time pad or OTP. This is to be typed in the website.
I've just got one question. In case of, since the pseudo-random generator is essentially leading to the OTP, is it possible that two individuals, maybe they are engaging in a different transactions in the space of say 10 minutes, the generator comes up with the same OTP for both of them?
Yes, theoretically it is possible, but the algorithm we use, Srijani, into that. Yes, so this is the technology we use. This is some toy example. So LFSR we use to generate the OTP. So this algorithm is constructed and designed in such a way so that that string which generates the OTP, it is computationally indistinguishable from a string which randomly generated. Randomly generated means if you take one unbiased coin and toss it.
Every time.
So that is why it can happen, but it should
Chances would be astronomical.
Yes. But why we use this stream cipher? We can use public key crypto system also to generate OTP. But why we use stream cipher? Because communication between two computers securely through a public channel using stream cipher will be very fast. So it gives us, stream cipher gives us fast encryption. That is why we use, for generating OTP, we need fast encryption. PKC, the complexity of PKC, public key crypto system, is complicated. So that is why we do not use public key crypto systems to generate OTP. In generation of OTP, we need some secret key, small length secret key. I am not going into the detail of that. So that key will be transferred using public key crypto system. But the key stream we generated for OTP generation, we use the stream cipher mechanism because it is the fast encryption technology. Now that cryptocurrency. So what is cryptocurrency? Cryptocurrency is a digital asset. Using some cryptographic primitive, that digital asset will behave like a currency. So what is the definition of currency? We all know hard to earn, limited in supply, and easy to verify. This is the definition of currency. A store of value, an asset that can be saved, retrieved, and exchanged at a later time. A medium of exchange at a unit of account, nominal monetary unit that is used to value cost any economic items such as goods, service, assets, liabilities, income, expenses, etc. So this is the definition of currency. Then using cryptographic primitives, we achieve all those properties, and that is why the digital asset is called cryptocurrency. So most popular cryptocurrency is Bitcoin. You already know, you heard about Bitcoin. So that is the most popular cryptocurrency. This is purely peer-to-peer version of electronic cash. Online payment can be carried out without going through a financial institution. Transactions are verified by the nodes in the network. This is proposed by Satoshi Nakamoto in October 2008. There is a huge mystery about the identification of Satoshi Nakamoto, but if you are interested, you can go through the wiki page, and there are many documents available in internet. So as a story, you can read that. So Bitcoin is related to block. So what is block? Block is nothing but a database. How this block is generated? So you are given a hash value that is called difficulty. That difficulty is given to you, and you are asked to achieve that hash value. If you achieve that hash value, then we will say that your database is a block. And how we can generate that hash value? We have to generate that hash value on the transaction recorded in the database. So our inputs are the transactions, and we need to put some nonce. I am not going into the detail, but changing the nonce. So transaction is fixed, but we can change the nonce value, and changing the nonce value, we continuously try to generate the hash value. If my calculated hash value matches with the hash value which is given to me, then I will say that my database is a block. Then I need to publish it in publicly, and all the nodes in the network, they will verify whether I am saying correct thing. If my hash value is correct, then they will certify that, okay, this hash value is correct, and this database is now can be called as block, and then the block is included in the blockchain. So this is the chains of blocks. The red one is the newly created block, and the black ones are the existing blocks. So this is the blockchain. So this is a schematic diagram of the blockchain. The first block, which was generated by Satoshi Nakamoto in 2009, that is called Genesis block. So first block in the blockchain is called the Genesis block and was created in 2009. It is the common ancestor of all the blocks in the blockchain, meaning that if you start at any block and follow the chain backward in time, you will eventually arrive at the Genesis block. Each block is connected in the blockchain with the hash pointer of its previous block. So here also we are using hash function. I'm not going into the detail. If you are interested, then we can talk about the details technology. So this is the block. This is the real block. This is the block look like. Block number. This block is, the number of this block is 432480. So before that, there are 432479 blocks are there. So the number of block is 432480. And these are the hash pointers. So first is the hash value of the block, then the hash value of the previous block, then the hash value of the next block, and the Merkle root. Merkle root is also something which certifies, which secures that you cannot tamper the transaction which is recorded inside a block. So Merkle root certifies that. If you try to tamper any transaction, then your Merkle root will be different, and your database is public. So other nodes can check whether your Merkle root is as it is or it is changed. So if it is changed, then they will declare that something wrong happening in the block, and you will be caught. So Merkle root actually gives the protection of the block. Now, how block is related to Bitcoin? When one block is generated, some Bitcoins will also be generated as a reward. So for this block, the reward is, I think, 12.5 BTC, that last one. So this is called Bitcoin mining. So when you will generate a block, some Bitcoins will be generated, and this technique is called Bitcoin mining. So mining is to find a block which satisfies the given difficulty. Difficulty is a measure of how difficult it is to find a hash below a given target. Target is a 256-bit hash output having predefined number of leading zeros. Difficulty has to audit time to time. So for 2 weeks, the difficulty will be fixed. The hash value which is given to you, you have to achieve that hash value. And when you achieve that hash value, then your database will be a block. So but that difficulty for 2 weeks, it remains same, then it will change. So it is required that for a given difficulty, 2016 number of blocks are found in every 2 weeks. That is, in other words, in an average, one block is found in every 10 minutes. And after every 2 weeks, the difficulty will be revised. Nakamoto fixed the upper bound of how much bitcoins have to be mined. So Nakamoto fixed one upper bound and it is 21 millions. So when the number reaches 21 millions, no further mining will be required. On an average, every 10 minutes, a valuable block is found. If one block is found, the block reward is generated in terms of BTC. For example, the reward for Genesis block was 50 BTC. Now there is a rule. So the rule is like that. When Bitcoin was first mined in 2009, mining one block would earn you 50 BTC. Then in 2012, the rule is that in every 4 years, the reward will be halved. So in 2012, this was halved to 25 BTC. Then in 2000, so for first Genesis block, it was 50. So in 2016, this was half taken to 12.5 BTC. On May 11, 2020, the reward half taken to 6.25 BTC. So if nowadays, if we find a block, our reward will be 6.25 BTC.
2 questions. One, on what basis or what rationale is given for reducing?
No, this is he fixed the rule. He must generated he gave the idea of Bitcoin and he also fixed that rule. So
this from 50 to 25, from 25 to 1.5.
Oh, so this is for each after each 4 years, the reward will be halved. So 2009, the Genesis block was generated. And that time the reward will be was 50 BTC. So in 2012, after 4 years, it was 25 BTC.
So it predetermined right in 2009 that it will come down every 4 years. So at this rate, in next 4 years, by 24, it will go even lesser.
Yes.
And then at some point of time it becomes 0.
Yes, not 0, it is exponential. So he gave one upper bound also 21 millions. And if you proceed like this, then you can find that in 2140, we will reach this bound, 21 millions. So there are 21 millions Bitcoins in the market in 2140. And at that time, we don't require to mine any Bitcoin.
What did you mean when you say that find a block?
Oh, find a block means you have given a value that is called hash value, that is called difficulty. You have that database where all the transactions are recorded. Then those transactions and some other parameters will be your input. You need to calculate that hash value. If the hash value matches with the given value, then your database will be a block.
Then my database will be
a block. And you need to announce that, and all other nodes in the network, they will verify whether you are saying right thing or not. If they verify that you are saying the correct thing, your claim
like a bingo game.
Yes. Now, this is an overview about cryptocurrency. There are many things cryptocurrency, but we cannot finish that in this short yet. So that is why I summarize all those things. Now, the security and cryptography, it is a natural thing which come into our mind that if we had cryptography, then we can guarantee security, but that is not the thing. So consider one situation: you have made all the transactions sitting on a computer at a cyber cafe. Since you are typing the password on a third-party machine, it is very easy to capture it by some background program. Thus, even if you have a very strong cryptographic technique, you have hash, you have all those things, but your password is leaked easily. So, that means cryptography, a strong cryptographic primitives doesn't guarantee the security. For security, we have to manage our security problem, and that is information security. Information security is also a subject which takes care about, which teach you how to manage your password, how to achieve the security. So cryptography and information security, those two guarantees those two work hand in hand, and those two guarantees your security. So lesson 1, you cannot have any security without cryptology. And lesson 2, even if you have implemented efficient and secure building blocks available from cryptography, you must need proper security management for actual implementation. Now, state-of-the-art situation, you may heard about quantum computing. Many companies, IBM, Microsoft, Google, Rigetti, they invested lots of money, billions of money to build a quantum computer. If quantum computer come, then there are some algorithms which can break our present-day cryptographic protocols. So then we need to revise our entire system. But the thing is that the large-scale fault-tolerant commercial quantum computers still out of reach. We have publicly available quantum computers. Those are those in small scale, IBM Q, Microsoft, Google, Rigetti, D-Wave. So those are the quantum computers, but those are in small scale. So that is why we still use our existing technologies, cryptographic technologies. But if quantum computer come, then we need to revise our entire system. So that is, so thank you for listening me.
Maybe I missed in for previous when you were presenting this cryptocurrency, a Bitcoin. Is it a currency or a commodity?
It is a digital asset. So
It's a commodity. Yes. Can anyone here tell me the difference between currency and commodity?
Currency is something which is basically accepted.
No, sir. I meant the students.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Come on, guys. We are here for yes. Introduce.
I'm Snehal from SVU. Just a basic idea. I'm not telling anybody.
No, that's the reason why I asked the students.
What I think is that currency is the way of exchange, or it is something which we use to buy some commodities.
Yeah.
For example, Bitcoin, as ma'am was talking about Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. In this world, we have to invest normal money in order to buy Bitcoins, unless and until we have a Bitcoin mining machine at our homes. So I personally have, I don't want to post, but I have some Bitcoin holdings or Dogecoin holdings or some other crypto holdings, but it is not possible for me to have a Bitcoin mining machine at my home. So what I, as a normal person, use is normal money in order to buy cryptocurrencies from any crypto exchange or something. So this is just a layman idea of what I think the difference between a currency and a commodity is.
So you cannot use Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency to buy rupees, but you can use rupees to buy.
Correct? It can be the other way around.
It can be the other way around.
Yes.
So that means they're equal.
Like what I'm trying to say is that if
let's say, for example, let me simplify it. Let me simplify this question for each one of you. So let's say I want to travel to America. What do? I use Indian rupees, buy US dollars. Let's say I want to travel to India. What do? I use US dollars and buy Indian rupees. Can I do the same with cryptocurrencies?
Like buying money in order in return for.
My simple question was commodity versus currency. If the class understands it, yes, go ahead, please. You want to say something? Just introduce yourself.
I'm Ripucho Okrobote from PLLB fifth sem.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, cryptocurrency is basically a commodity because if we go back time, our money system came from that government promises us to give us the value of that money. If we consider it, it was gold at that time. So our money is the value of the gold of that, but it is changed as we program. And the commodity is the thing which has a value in the market. and the money is the thing for which the value is given. It's like,
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, Arpita, I hijacked your class. I thought it would be an interesting question to ask.
Yes.
See if they could understand or appreciate the session. So any questions from you people? Because I think Shobik is outside somewhere. Can you just call Shobik? All right, seems no question. All right, let me ask a question. If you don't ask a question, I'll keep asking questions till Shobik comes around. And since I've asked everybody to introduce yourselves, let me also introduce myself. My name is Vanita Patnaik. I'm a faculty over here. So, what is fiat currency? Anyone? Quick show of hands. Who all know here what is fiat currency? You can go ahead if you know the answer. What is fiat currency? What is fiat? You can use your Google. Come on, go ahead, use your Google. Use your internet, find out. Absolutely. It's any currency that is backed by the government promise or undertaking to such an extent that if you pull out any value note above ₹2, you will find a promise given by the government written on it, an unconditional promise. ₹1 and 2, while you can't find it now, I still preserve them because they do not have that promise. The reason is that given by the government, not on behalf of the government. So the distinction in between your minted currency like cryptocurrency of any nature and fiat currency is for your cryptocurrency, there is no government backing in India. There are certain countries which have given, but in India we do not have. So in India, it's still a tussle in between SEBI that looks after commodities and RBI that looks after currencies. So RBI says it is not a currency. We cannot do anything about it. We would not want to do it because the economy would be backed out. SEBI says since it's commodity, we have to allow it to be traded. So SEBI is coming up with its own slew of regulations on that, and RBI is coming up with its own set of controls on it. The reason being it will straddle both worlds. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, please.
I'm just said that it's a reward that everyone gets by decoding a block.
Yes.
And how come we can classify it as a commodity as well as a currency?
Well, that is her question. Arpita, go ahead. How is it a reward?
Okay. So it is not possible to mine a block by individual. So you need to join in a pool. You need actually huge computational power to find a block. So you need to join in a pool. When that pool declared a block, then that the reward will come to the pool and it will be distributed. You have some share. So for generating a share, there is also some rule. So if even you cannot find a block, but you are the member of the pool, you will get some reward, some percentage of your reward, and that percentage will depend on the share that is given to you by the pool, depending on the work done by you for the pool. So there is some rule. So then you will also get some reward.
Let me translate it for law students. Reward is a technical term used. It's almost like your chit funds function, where everybody contributes, or where you contribute on a cumulative basis and on a pro rata basis, each one gets the money and the interest back. So here, what the reward that she's talking about is essentially the final outcome, which then gets divided as per the investor's share of investment, along with their any rates of return or anything else. Okay. So she says
classified as a commodity, but if commodity acts as a medium of exchange, can be also classified as currency?
Not really, no. I'm sorry, I'll take it over here. So commodities, we do have commodity exchanges where commodities get traded like you would have a trade in stock and share. So what you trade is not just the commodity, but the pricing of the commodity. If you are having a higher value, you collect your money. If you're having a lower value, you have to buy the commodity or take a loss.
Yes, and in dark market, you can also buy something, but you then need that it is not legal in India. So, but in dark market, using Bitcoin, you can purchase something.
So to the guy behind the podium who has Bitcoins, it's not exactly legal in India to hold the Bitcoins.
I have one more question.
Yes, go ahead, please.
There is this informal debate going on regarding whether cryptocurrency is a currency or a commodity. But it is contradictory that the word itself has the term currency in it.
Yeah, I give you that. The coin, the currency is very, very misleading. But if you look into the behavioral aspect of it.
And it's very volatile.
No, the volatility apart, volatility is because of either the emotions of the market, sentiments of the market, or the regulators. Volatility apart, what I'm trying to say is if you look into the basic behavior of anything, it has to behave in a particular manner for it to be a currency. The way it behaves is it behaves like an asset. It's an asset class. Currency can never be an asset class. You cannot buy and sell. It's forbidden to buy and sell currency. Whereas here you can only buy and sell your Bitcoins.
One question.
Go ahead, please.
You said that it is not completely legal to go through cryptocurrency transactions in India. I like that is what.
I don't think I said that. What I said is it's not yet legalized in India. It's not recognized.
Okay.
Primarily because on one hand we have had quite a few litigations on it, but when I went through the drafts for the litigation, I found them mostly mindless. But when I studied about the cryptocurrency, this one I'm talking about way back in 15, 16. At that point of time, I realized very quickly, while I was very keen that it was a currency and I could do a bit of research on it, but then I quickly realized it's a commodity, so I backed out. Commodity is not my strength area of research. So the reason why I came to the conclusion why it is a commodity is primarily because you trade it for assets. Like say, for example, I want to buy a house. The valuation of it says, let's say it's 5 lakhs. So if I have to pay money, I'll pay money as in currency. But where I am exchanging something, so Bitcoin behaved like more like an exchange thing. So there were random valuations of what the Bitcoin is and what the asset is. Whereas in a currency, I do not have to have a valuation of how much a rupee is. So there is only valuation of the asset. Currency doesn't have a valuation. Yes, good. This is quickly rolling out into a banking class. I'm happy about it, but I'm really sorry. I couldn't your paper.
Ma'am, then can we say that it also depends on the mindset and mentality of the people? Because
not really. It depends upon the perceived value or the notional value that a person would attach to the.
As this ma'am said, we can pay cryptocurrency in the dark web as currency. We can use it.
Yeah, we use a lot of things. Why just cryptocurrency? We use organs for payment.
We use normal money as well.
We use normal money as well. No, but he's asking about commodity. We in the dark web we use organs as well as payment methods.
It is okay, man.
We offer wombs, sale wombs on the dark web.
Ma'am, I was saying that as gold and silver were currency back then, it is a commodity now.
Gold and silver as well. I have to correct you here. It is again the notional value that gets attached. The reason why it rises during war and strife and falls during good times is primarily because of the notional value we attach to the so-called asset class. Now, how do we attach this? Now, let's say, for example, Indians versus Europeans. In India, if I buy a piece of gold, I would rather put it and hoard it but not sell it. I would sell it only if I was in dire need. I would not easily sell it, right? Whereas in Europe, it is an easily transaction item that, okay, this one I don't like, I'll just go and exchange it for another one or just sell it off. So the sentimental value attached would be from hand me down from generations, but something that I bought, there would not be too much of sentiment value attached. Whereas in India, even if I bought a chain, I would hang on to it rather than exchange it for a latest design or just change it up for money. So that's the notional value that we attach. Now, why do I say it's a notional value we attach? I say it's a notional value we attach because we never, ever transact upon it. It's the worthless, it's the most useless kind of investment you can ever have. Trust me when I say this.
And another thing is that the difference between organ and this Bitcoin. Bitcoin is using that cryptography primitive. I in one of my slide I mentioned that. So it satisfies the characteristics of currency. So that is why it is called
necessary Bitcoin too.
I mean,
that's what I meant.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to interrupt because I think we have to break for tea. And
yes, that's what I was about to say.
We could take questions during the tea break also. And because we have to start with the panel discussion at 12:30. So thank you, Urpita ma'am and Aman for the wonderful discussion. And also to you, ma'am. It was really great. Vanita ma'am. Yeah. Thank you everyone for participating. See you at panel discussion at 12:30.
The tea is outside. Go have your refreshments. Come back.
Welcome back, everyone. So we now move on to the panel discussion. Recent report in Gartner states that in-house legal companies would increase their spend on technology by threefold within 2025. This is because the role of analytics and to aid in legal processes are significant and steadily increasing. We now kickstart a discussion with eminent panelists for more insights. I now hand it over to Professor Prashanjit Majumdar to introduce the panelists and also moderate the same. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think, yeah, it's well past 12. Good afternoon. So before we start, I will just take a round of introduction. So let's start with Aman.
Hi, my name is Aman. I'm an assistant professor in law and technology here, and I specialize in sports, technology, and labor law. Right next to me, Shouvik.
Hello. So my name is Shouvik Kumar Guha. I'm one of the assistant professors of law at NUJS, and beside me is Atish Chakrabarti. Please.
Hi, my name is Atish, and I work as an in-house counsel for an esports company. Alongside that, I'm a PhD scholar here in terms of law and technology. Like I'm studying the interface of law and technology. Thank you.
I'm Vanita Patnaik. I'm a faculty here.
Yeah, I am Sumit. I just an hour back. So I am a professor of TCC West and on LIEN from Jadavpur University. I work in some areas of AI network security.
Thank you. Okay. My name is Prashanjit Majumdar. I work in the area of artificial intelligence and machine learning, more specifically natural language processing. So today we will start our discussion roughly with the cue I will take from Srijoni, what she mentioned, the Gartner statistics that about some budget is for each law firm or companies are now moving towards hiring technologies related to law and lawyers equipped with technologies and something similar. I would like to request Shouvik to brief his take on this, that what are the actual expectations from your side about technology and why?
So the thing is that, of course, I mean, we have been, those who are in the legal domain have been hearing since long. By long, I take the technology specific route of long, which is essentially can be anything more than 1 year. We have been hearing for a long period of time that technology is going to come, change the way law is practiced, the way lawyers think, what lawyers do, etc. Now, the reality, I won't say is very far away from that, those expectations. But the fact remains that the overall development in this particular field is not jurisdiction agnostic. It is developing different way in different phases and at different paces across different countries. And of course, today we can talk about where India stands today. We have people representing industry and the academia both. There are certain specific areas in which technology and more specifically artificial intelligence have managed to make and gain a foothold, I would say. That is, we have things like legal research, we have things like prediction analytics, contract analytics, litigation review, document processing for litigation and contract related work, and all of that. Now, what is supposed to be the so-called grunt work for lawyers is the drudgery, which makes a lot of law students think twice after joining law firms or starting litigation that, how long will I survive in this particular industry? I believe that somewhere AI is going to make a significant impact, taking away the drudgery from us. But what does that leave lawyers with, if anything? I mean, a lot of people consider that law is all about that. I think there is something which is referred to as the last leg of problem solving. That last leg of problem solving comes from judgment, ethics, empathy, and analysis. Now, these are certain things which lawyers will still be expected to do, because so far, till the point we actually get something like a general AI, which will be developing analogous to the human mind, technology is not going to take away those requirements from us. And we will be hopefully talking about the fact that if that is the case, then how exactly what does that mean for the existing legal service providers, the law firms, the in-house company, the in-house legal team, etc. If we usually at the start of the panel discussion mentioned some statistics about the growth of this particular field, I believe that if we do a study across different jurisdictions, we will find out that in countries where legal AI has started being used commercially, there is already a focus on, if not reducing, then stagnating the expenses that businesses incur for traditional law firms, and instead focusing more on their own in-house legal teams or alternate legal service providers. So this essentially means that they are not taking all of their business to the law firms anymore. Instead, they're trying to develop their own in-house legal teams, preferably with the help of complementary or supplementary, no matter how we will look at it, legal technology. And certain other legal service providers, like in India, we do not allow our big four consulting firms to offer any legal service. There have been quite a bit of controversy about this earlier. They do offer services where they get into taxation, something else, some other stuff. But generally speaking, they're not supposed to offer service in law. In other jurisdictions, there is no such bar. And the consulting firms are already starting to use different kind of legal technology to offer or package better deals for clients. One interesting thing for the law firms is that this is actually going to help the lawyers. It's not all the negative. I mean, work is not simply being taken away from them. There is some additional work which will also be introduced. It is that currently all of these legal apps or these alternative legal service providers, the technology that they're using, nobody has graded them. There are individual independent organizations who are offering certain solutions, but nobody knows how viable those solutions are, or if you're comparing two different solutions, which one is a better deal for the client. Now, that's where the lawyer can, again, the new age lawyer, tech-savvy lawyer can play a very interesting role. In fact, I was having a chat with one of my friends from Linkletters LLP, which is supposed to be one of the best for law firms in the world today. Now, they have already started this kind of legal special ops tracking, wherein their associates are being trained to distinguish between different and legal service providers in terms of the technology they're using. There is also another firm, O'Melveny and Myers, I believe, who are using for the purpose of onboarding their new associates. They're trying to figure out how much empathy they have, and they're using an AI-run game for that. And that itself is going to be used then later on, how those particular lawyers will be in a position to edit or audit these kind of programs. So yeah, exciting times ahead. There are a couple of things I believe that's going to probably change. One is that at this point of time, and this is something which everybody who joins a law firm today or legal practice knows, that in India specifically, very, very high attrition rate. I mean, out of, say, we just had a recruitment about a week back. Yeah. So I know if past trends are anything to believe, that 50% plus students who have got these jobs and they're going to join these places in 2023 on graduation, by 2024, 50% of them would have left. Now, this is supposed to be currently a very acceptable trend all across the industry. Firms also know that, they cater for that only. They keep that in mind. That's one of the reasons why they do not spend that much amount of time training the new associates.
Something like the software industry, more than that, right?
Yeah, I think attrition rate here, I don't have the exact data for software industry, but I would say that here it is more visible because the number of people who get access to these top level jobs is much limited. Therefore, if out of that a huge chunk goes off every year, the industry is a smaller one, unlike the software industry. So everybody knows what else is happening everywhere else. Now, the thing is that I believe if we have to spend, I mean, one of the major reasons is that the grunt work, which is being done by these new entrants, this is supposed to be, they're supposed to be disposable at this point of time to the law firms. 50% of them will already leave. Rather, I'll get another set to do the remaining grunt work, etc. This is something which may change. I mean, it is already showing that that kind of trend is being seen in the overseas jurisdictions. Here, if we allow legal AI or law and tech to go take its natural course, and I say I use the term natural here a little bit loosely, but if we allow for that, then I believe the law firms will have to start treating these associates, because there will be fewer people for grunt work, and for the people who are there, they have to develop all these other characteristics, and like ethics, judgment, quality, this last leg of service providing. If that is the case, that takes time to develop. A law student fresh out of law school doesn't get that immediately. And if you're spending that much amount of resources on every single associate, you would want that associate to stay and grow with the firm instead of just treating them as a disposable asset. And of course, that is also going to work. I mean, there are economic implications for that on the way law firms or legal advisory bodies in India operate. Billing is going to be one huge issue. Currently, the format is that, as those in law firms would know, we use a large number of these entry-level associates. On an average, it may seem that even the top law firms pay them a significant amount of money. But the amount of, if you break it down to the hourly rates, essentially an associate gets paid approximately 300 rupees per hour, even at the top law firms, the number of hours that they put in. And the firms are essentially billing the clients close to 3,000 rupees for every associate's hourly work. So this is the billing model. You take associates, get them to do some grunt work and charge the clients more for that. Clients are already pushing back because they get to see, most of the multinational clients which are there, they get to see that in other jurisdictions, the grunt work is being done by technology. So there is no need for me to pay 3,000 rupees to a fresh entry-level. Why should I pay that to the law firms? So that may change with period of time. If some kind of alternative billing system would have to work in for the firms. The other part is, of course, that currently, and this I'm saying, I don't know whether, at least some, I mean, I have friends in most of the law firms, where the bulk of the profit of all law firms are essentially now taken away by the partners. Very few Indian law firms operate in anything else other than a partnership model. If that is the case, not enough amount of profit is being routed back into the firm to develop the firm's structure, overall efficiency, and so on and so forth. But if the firms have to, get these onboard this kind of new technology, or even spend time developing such time and resources, or investing into creating those technology, that also is likely to change a little bit. As in, partners can't anymore take away the entire profit and hope that the firm to operate just like that. If you have to become the new age law firm, I think these are the two things which are going to change.
Can you name any specific technology?
Can we?
That might change the.
One of the major things is, I think there is this Maharashtra-based startup which has already started offering a particular AI-based technology, which is doing different kinds of document review for the purpose of due diligence. And if that works in, I mean, I believe any law graduate who joins the M&A team or the general corp team of any law firm today, top level law firms, they spend at least 40% of their time in due diligence. So that goes away. There's no need for them to spend that 40%. Now the question is to the law firm that whether they're going to use this 40% time to help the associate become better so that he can spend the remaining 60% and of efforts in a manner which will be acceptable to the client, or whether they're simply going to say that, okay, then how many 40% is left? So let's just take only those people. Let's take fewer number of associates and work with that. So those are
the realities. So what's the reality?
Reality.
The one or the first one?
No, the reality is nothing like that, because so far the law firms haven't started using these technology yet. The point is that if the law firms don't.
I need to intervene here. I'm so sorry. I apologize for that. So the point is, let me just phrase it this way. If you have contracts, because I do a lot of contract management, I can say this. The law firms have started it, maybe in a not very large scale. But in fact, I know of a particular law firm who has invested crores of rupees in developing an algorithm wherein they simply feed their contract, and that gives them what are the clauses that are missing, what are the clauses you should have, which are the clauses which has been repeated. So in one go, your diligence is done within seconds, not even minutes. So this sort of technology, so-called, is already working in existence.
In India?
In India, very much in India. And those people who have done it are the first batch students of mine. So I'm pretty much proud about that.
Yeah. The only thing is that what they are doing right now is still proprietary, as in firms are probably doing it for their own. Now that pitch is still not there. I mean, of course, it will be very soon now that the technology is out. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. But once these service people who are specifically, I think this new batch of legal service providers are also going to come into picture, who are not going to offer legal advice directly to the clients, but they're going to focus only on innovating this kind of legal tech, which they will in turn give to the existing legal service providers. So it remains to be seen how once that happens, then of course these changes which we are talking about are going to take place, maybe over a period of time. But we can already see this in other jurisdictions. There is no reason why. I mean, we have tremendous amount of possibility here. A lot of innovative minds. It's just that not sufficient legal minds still interested to help the tech side figure out what is needed and what is not needed.
So at this point, I would just like to know a little more. I think the House is also about the algorithms that your students develop to manage these contracts, and which you said that they invested crores in it. So even if a top view, if you can give us.
If I can give
a top view, a very top level view.
Yeah, I can.
If not very technical.
No, not a very technical one, because I don't think they would love that, but they would definitely love if I give a descriptive one. And they have essentially, right now they are in the licensing of part wherein they have tied up with ICAI for their members, and they're actively looking for companies where they would then roll it out to. So
so they have a product.
They have a product ready.
Okay.
So in this product, the reason why I know this, first let me give you the background. So in one of my contract management and administration is something that I do for various companies, for their employees, and particularly government companies. Why? Because the engineers and the other people in the company who put notes on the contracts don't know what the adverse clauses that they're putting in by giving their comments and everything. So, which is why a lot of companies do ask for such training programs. Therein, I had discussed with them that what is the development, and they had agreed for a session. So, this is something that I labeled it as smart contracts, but it is not smart contracts. I labeled it as smart contracts for the audience benefit, so that they accept it, they find the name acceptable. But what they're doing is that essentially they have managed to feed a program where they're given all the clauses in a basic contract. So the program itself extrapolates these clauses and the nomenclatures from the contracts, and then you can choose them and you can keep them. So next time when you have a contract, say for example, it's up for renewal, the program itself will say this is up for renewal. If it is non-renewable, the program itself will say it's non-renewable. If it has any other clauses, if it has a dispute resolution clause, if it has limitation clauses. So all of that you will be able to figure it out once you have put it into the program. It is absolutely proprietary. So to that extent,
it has to be. It has to be. Yeah.
So how does this help them? It helps them because, well, on one hand, they are both lawyers and they do the legal advisory services and the litigation.
But who wrote those programs?
But
who wrote those programs or algorithms?
The founder himself. So he's a lawyer.
He has a technology background.
He has a technology background. He's a very good lawyer as well, I should say. In fact, he has developed it himself. He behaves more like a technocrat than a lawyer. Dipankar. So, but yeah, he has written it himself and he has employed different teams to review it. And I was one of the reviewers as well, and I simply loved it. It was so intuitive, the program, I just loved it. It was very, very smooth, very intuitive, very nice. So nevertheless, coming back to the program, Shobhik,
and that's itself is that's the new gen lawyer as such. As it's no longer going to be only offering legal advice to the client. The nature of the legal advice is also going to change.
They started automating their process.
Not only automating their process, but they will also tell the client, if you are a lawyer as well as the developer, then you can also tell the client that these are the liabilities you're going to have if you use this particular thing, and what are the options. Because the very nature of the professional responsibility of a lawyer can actually change when we are onboarding this kind of legal technology. There will be requirements of competence, communication, and confidentiality, supervision, and liability assessment. Back in, I think just about a decade back, ABA, that's American Bar Association, had actually included in their lawyers' professional ethics and lawyer responsibility for lawyers, they had included the term specifically technological competence of lawyers. The idea is that if you are advising about any client about a system, you should have some basic rudimentary knowledge about that, how that system functions. I believe that's how
that.
They left it.
Or it's a loosely.
No, they left it on the states because they have their own federal truth there. So they said the states can come up with exactly what technological competence would mean for their respective parts. But
it would be a very loose comment.
Right.
Coming up with technology.
Yeah, but I think that's the way to show that the fact that the new gen lawyers cannot, of course, lawyers may not be, every lawyer need not be able to code, but they should be able to look at a system and the product that the system is offering and figure out that what are the legal implications of this product and how to distinguish between two different products that is being offered to the client. Not only that, the lawyer can also tell the client that, if you use this, beyond this point, I can help you out. So I will, whatever the machine is going to give you the first draft, first cut, and then I will improve upon it. That itself will help the cause. And this is a very interesting example that Vanita ma'am gave here. Because the people whom this product is now being offered are not only law firms, they're also offering it to in-house companies directly. Because they know that once the companies get hold of that, they will not have to rush to a lawyer every time they need some basic management.
You can draft your own contract.
Right.
I will now take you to my two other colleagues to talk about that.
Yeah, sure. So maybe
Atish.
Sure. So in my company, we have been using this technology which Sir was talking about and ma'am also elaborated on, wherein we get to analyze the contract from the entire life cycle of a contract is being managed using a database, wherein we try to analyze what are the liabilities that are there, if the contract can be auto-renewed or if there needs to be a mutual agreement for that renewal to happen. What is the time frame for making payments? So automatically there's a function which helps the finance team know that the payments need to be made within the certain time period and so on. So that helps us keep tab of things to a great extent. Because as a company scales up, as and when we grow as a company, we have more verticals, we have more complicated contracts. These are certain small measures which can, assist the lawyers better.
You develop this technology in-house or you are buying some solutions from outside?
We had bought some solutions and then we have developed further on that. Our engineering team has been able to do this wherein they are trying to give much more advanced solutions as whatever we had bought initially from a third party. So that definitely has been helping the company significantly as a team or as to how we function in our day-to-day life.
There are a lot of CMS available, contract management solutions, and then you can get it tailor-made as per your basic requirements of your company.
Right. So, just in this context, if we see before 2020, pre-COVID and post-COVID, we see that there is a huge adaptation of technology in every works. Just not in law, everywhere, in medical science, in academia, everywhere. How was that with the law? I mean, we heard a lot of these new things like e-courts in our country. I don't know how they're functioning, but at least if you can give a global view, a perspective, as well as a local one. Yes, go ahead.
Well, I'm coming to the academia part later. That's
yes.
Right now, let us just talk about the industry. One huge thing which happened, and it also has a very interesting implications on labor law, had lawyers been considered as workmen, and we don't like to call ourselves workmen. So anyhow, the thing is that imagine a scenario wherein 8 different clients want to hire one top-notch lawyer and appear for their matters. Now, these matters are strewn all across the country, different high courts. Earlier, what could the lawyer have done? At the best, even if, I mean, the clients are offering private jets and all of that, they could have handled one matter and then max another if in a day. There have been, the lockdown period has seen that right from the point of time that virtual hearings started to be allowed, we had this one lawyer who is no longer having to sit in the appalling climate of Delhi in a summer, but he has hired a nice chalet in Nainital or somewhere in the Uttarakhand. He's sitting there, nice and cozy, and doing 8 hearings a day from Andaman to Kashmir to Kanyakumari. And now the problem is that there is an immediate backlash to that. A lot of junior lawyers starting to say that, few briefings we used to get, now we are not even getting those because these people are taking away everything. But that can't be an argument against progress. If a client is able to hire person X and the system provides for that, then the client also has the right to hire the best possible lawyer. If you want to be hired, then you become a better lawyer.
So now is this a de facto norm?
No, not de facto norm as such, but because as I say, the number of top-notch lawyers are very few and the number of not so top-notch lawyers are legion. So there is a pressure of opinion and popular opinion, which under which virtual hearings are no longer the norm, definitely across most courts. Some courts are still allowing hybrid hearings and all. There are, of course, differences. I mean, there are accessibility issues which should not, lead to the mandate virtual hearings being the only thing possible. That should not be the case. We don't have the necessary infrastructure in place which will allow for all of that. But I don't see any reason why if transaction costs can be lowered, if I'm in a position to do the hearing virtually and my client doesn't have a problem with that and he's willing to accept whatever the downside of that arises, like, I'm not being able to directly cross very easily, or
this is now a well accepted legal procedure.
It is now happening, and some courts are still proceeding with hybrid models, although we don't really know how long it's going to happen. There is also another huge big change that came into picture, that is of the fact that that's more to do with the economics of law, how law is practiced. Is a lot of firms had started offering these work from home options, and so people started taking it up.
Even the judges can?
Judges have their own limitations, but the private sector, no such limitation. If my employees are working for me perfectly well, what's the problem that the employer would have? But the thing which happened was that they realized after it had started, of course, some people, the older generation, started saying, what are you work? Nobody works from home. One has to be physically in office in order to work. But then the first quarter came and went, and the billing was met. It was seen that people are billing twice because the boundary between the private life and professional life is no longer there. I mean, I'm working earlier at some point of time, the lawyer would have said, I can't take this anymore. I have to go back to home. Now what? You take your lunch, come back and churn out another draft. Whether that's good for the profession or bad, I'm not commenting on that. But
is it too early to comment on that, or you should not?
It depends on what your expectations are from the profession. And really.
Can I add something?
Yes, please.
Now, the biggest takeaway of technology in law, I would say, is, pre-COVID, as you said, it was a norm. It was a absolute norm that you will have juniors lugging the books We built muscles by lugging the books, and then you have the clerks lugging the scripts and everything. That is no longer there. Doesn't matter even if it's physical hearing, that is no longer there. That's the biggest takeaway. Documents are available on OCR. You can read it. The judges are okay with it. They do still want a physical hearing, majority of them, particularly in the higher up courts. In trial courts, you do not have an option. You have to have a physical hearing. But they're also open to this hybrid system or to a system where, if necessary, we will do it a virtual hearing. That is not the biggest takeaway. The biggest takeaway is the research that goes into building up a brief. The biggest takeaway is the lugging of this, tons of paper every single day to and fro, back from the chamber to the court and again return. So that, I think, is the biggest takeaway.
Yeah, true. Even if you look into this, I think 6-7 years back, there were judges in all levels of courts who would not accept a particular precedent unless and until you're providing them the AI, all India reporter specific page and all. There are databases like Manupatra or SCC Online or whatever else. Now I know judges who are open to accepting those kind of things because that's just the thing to do. And I think, that happens in any kind of new technology when it is starting. There is some kind of an external push necessary that we will have to do this, and then we figure out, okay, this is not bad.
Unfortunately, COVID did
that push.
Fortunately.
And you can please counter on that.
Yeah, I meant fortunately, because you need a trigger, and that was a perfect trigger, I would say. Yeah, the first
you
year.
have other options.
The first year we were all in disarray, but the second year we picked up, and we realized we can do a lot more than do a lot less. Though we were confined inside the homes, we were actually far more able to reach out to many more people. The amount of programs that I did, or the number of training programs that I did, is not funny. Had I had to do each one of them physically, I don't think I would have done it. I would have been exhausted. So this not having to run from place to place or travel from place to place is something that I actually welcome. And even my classes, yes, nothing replaces a physical class. Even today, I would love to have a physical class and do have a physical class. But when it is just a session or two or a short duration course, it makes a lot more sense, and it is far more cost effective if I just have to invite somebody over virtually rather than invite them over, host them, and then hold a program.
So if not fully online, at least hybrid is more acceptable.
That is a system which I would not let go, even if everything was fantastic tomorrow.
Great. I just got to know that, less than 50%, please correct me if the statistics is wrong, less than 50% of people in our country get law as a service. Access.
That's a very optimistic figure you said.
Okay. So it's
That's a very
less than
optimistic. Yeah, it's much more less than that.
And turn that into competent service, then that number will
Even
20%.
No.
I would say, I think.
We're talking about single digits.
Yeah.
Then 5.
Maybe less than 10.
We're talking about single digits.
Okay. 8.
Yeah, average you can put 8.
On a more optimistic side.
Yeah, on a more optimistic side.
8.67.
Yeah, that's
On the
almost.
technology. Yeah. So, how do you think this introduction of these kind of technologies, contract drafting, smart drafting, that is one side, but advent of e-court, having a proper bandwidth across the country where people can have 2 hours movie screening in their phone in the remotest of the village or whatever infrastructure we have currently. This will help to get more people into the judiciary as a service or law as a service. And how difficult is to improve this percentage from 8% or less than 10% to at least to a respectable 30% or something like that.
Can I just modify your
Please.
A little bit now? Because the reason why I want to modify it is I want to pitch it to the class here. Since you have bright faces sitting here hoping to make their future in technology, using technology in the respective legal fields. Now, point is, how do we improve this percentage of access or If I can access a movie on a phone, why can't I access judiciary on a phone? I can, which is why the Supreme Court developed and has invested on e-courts. Justice Chandrachud has a specific committee on e-courts, and every court has a mandate of establishing. So far, what we have managed successfully is to have a system where all the judgments are uploaded on the same day instead of waiting for a period of 7 days, 15 days. Not having to take a verified copy, you can simply take a printout of the downloaded copy that is acceptable. Where the system is where you can know your date and the next date, and if there has been a hearing or there has not been a hearing, or if your lawyer has not appeared, all of that is already now being available, which is already a huge step. We should not fail to acknowledge this step if you compare it with, like, say, 2015 or 2010 or 2005, where such access to basic information was not there. Now, from here, if I look into next 5 years, that's, let's say, 2027 or 2030, what do I see? I will see, or I foresee, a better access to judiciary or legal system, primarily because these young people would have the know-how how to use it. Technology doesn't just mean using a computer or using of the internet. It means enabling the services of these for your end use. Many a times, a lot of people, not just students, confuse the method with the end use. The method is just the method. The technology that we're talking about is just the carriage. It's not the end use. The end use is what? End use is getting your work done. Now, be it doing your lectures online, be it giving your judgments online, or ensuring that your different services reach to the grassroots and the grievances travel upstream. So it is not just downstream. So far, we have been speaking only about downstream. So technology is a two-way traffic. It's not a one-way traffic. So what is the use of you to learn technology? I mean, all of you know how to use internet. Why would you even want to sit in such a session as this? Primarily, you want to sit in such a session because you want to know what future you have if you take up such a course. Now, the best thing that I can say that you will have, if you are aware of it, is it will improve your efficiencies. It will improve because it has improved your efficiencies in functioning. It improve your productivity. So let's say, for example, I ask you to search a case law. What do you do? What do you do? You use Google, get it out of India, Kanun. I ask you to analyze a case law. What do you do? You'll have to really read it, not once, maybe twice. So there is no replacement for hard work. That's not what technology does. It simply gets you a better access, a faster access, a more efficient access. But if you do not read, you don't analyze, you have had it. So this is what I meant, or I understand about usage of technology in judiciary or law enforcement or access to legal system.
Right. So, I mean, you identified two gaps for the last mile, downstream and upstream both. So there, my question lies that, I mean, how do you think this gap can be breached? Will there be we should have an appropriate policy on that, or we should have to run several training programs like these, or we have to develop some technologies through which someone in the remotest village in Sundarban can get access of the best lawyer to defend him?
If I can give one suggestion that would implement it right away or ease it right away, would be training of the paralegals. The State Legal Services Authority, the National Legal Services Authority acknowledge and recognize the services of paralegals. These are people who are not exactly lawyers, but who are trained enough to assist the common man to enable them to get an access.
What kind of training they have?
The State Legal Services Authority runs these training programs whereby they say that, okay, say for example, I need any documentation like an SCST card or certification or any document or even an enrollment in voter ID or something else. So they usually will help out. Or say, for example, I'm not able to know where I have to go with my divorce case or with my any other case.
Right.
They will be able to guide me to the right avenue. But that is something that has this class, this category of service providers has slipped through the cracks. Nobody has paid attention to them. Nobody has bothered to train them. Nobody has told them that these are the things that you can do extra. So if you can say that they are like more like, those teachers that we have, voluntary service teachers that we have
I
in.
would say more like the situation is more analogous to the village, not Anganwadi. I would say, yeah, midwife. I would have said the quacks, the village quacks, but they're not. I'm putting quacks within code because of the fact that those are the people who try their best, and it's not that they know the wrong law or something like that. Whatever limited knowledge and training they have, they make it accessible. In fact, they are probably the sole source of that kind of service for a larger group of people compared to.
Missing out the technical name, like you have these women who reach out for, say, polio drops or teaching or this. It is something of that sort. So I'm not able to recall the technical name for that.
Paramedics.
Huh?
No, but he's talking about the Anganwadi workers.
Anganwadi workers, the Anganwadi workers. So we have paralegals on similar parallel lines, but both Anganwadi workers and the paralegals have fallen through the cracks. They have not been enabled.
In fact, for better governance, and this is something, I don't believe that access to justice is only about when I have a problem, how can law help to solve it? It is also part of my access to justice, that how can I go ahead with my regular transactions in life, regular life, without actually having to invoke the legal requirement for legal solutions. As in, when I'm doing something, how can it be done right? For the most people,
like prevention is better than cure.
Something, yeah.
And herein, for the purpose of that governance, there is a sore need for this connection between people who can offer this kind of legal help, including but not limited to the paralegals, with the village panchayats. Because without involving them, the governance system is not going to work. No matter how many times, if I go every single day to a nearby village and try to offer legal aid there, I won't be able to make that kind of difference. That is not possible. Because it needs to be a part and parcel of their life, that this is something we do. Just like there are multiple scenarios when the digital ration card was enabled, half of the villages used to come to the punch who would essentially tell them how to operate it and get the thing. They did not used to go to the ration shop and try to sort it out themselves, because that's just how our governance system works. We cannot try to come up with a system which has worked in other jurisdiction and try to forcefully use it here and hope that everything will work better. That's not really how it works. But we have different levels of governance. And the closer technology can be used to enable and these grassroots level of people who are engaged in the governance, the punch, the above that, so there are some of these, I forgot the block level BDO office. Not only the BDO himself may be very tech savvy, but the people who are actually working for the BDO
His office.
Those people, if they are actually connected with this possibility of, when I'm drafting for I'm trying to apply for some central scheme or a state scheme. How do I actually draft it so that my application is considered valid? At least 20 to 30% of the applications which are filed on a regular basis cannot be processed because they're not properly written. The officials are helpless, and it's not as if that by the time the applications reach them, they cannot send it back saying that this is the reason because it hasn't happened, you apply later. Between that period of time, cyclones would have happened, and whatever house I was trying to get built, that also has destroyed. So yeah, it all adds up. Law is not simply a case of sorting out my disputes. That's a very limited version of law. I would say law is very much a part of ensuring that we can lead our lives in a hassle-free situation as much as possible. And as ma'am was saying, also I will like to add to that. As lawyers, law students, why should we do this? And why should we try to get ourselves better equipped? For the last 15 years of my legal studies and everything, half of it I have spent without knowing that much about technology, basic internet usage, etc. And then there is a reason why I started talking about law and technology. Somebody from the technology background approached me to solve a legal problem for them because they were trying to figure out something in that arena. And the reason why they got in touch with me was that we had a mutual connection who told me that this guy likes to experiment. You can go to him. That's also the way non-law people look at law people. That, we are very much, isolated. We don't really want to let other people know that we try to retain this mysticism about law that only lawyers are capable of understanding. You won't understand this. It adds up everything. The way we draft, still use all those speeches without which you can actually give plain English a proper drafting. It's a skill that very few lawyers have at this point of time. Now, this experiment, once I started working there, I saw that there is obviously a need for law people to pitch in and tell what the problem what the problem is and what sort of solutions can we come up with that. And then different people from different technical backgrounds, they started approaching me because then they realized that, okay, fine, I am okay with doing this kind of thing. So you need to tell, there's this huge demand. You need to tell other people that you're open for it. Innovation. You need to be able to experiment, and that's where I lead to.
Yeah. I think one thing that we also need to do as lawyers, and this is something that I've heard a lot in my conversations, I think lawyers are very isolated, actually. And we refuse to accept that we actually need to listen to other people. We are not open to technological developments at times. We are not open to other ideas that it's not just limited to technology.
So we're inherently resistant.
We are inherently resistant. So we actually need to lower those inhibitions and we need to accept that we don't know everything. There might be some people who know some things better than us, but we can assist them in our own way. That's something that I think lawyers need to understand and let go of this hesitancy.
So more dialogue should happen between the cross-community dialogue.
And interdisciplinary work in every different field. It is, people do, I think law students are the ones who on an undergraduate level are supposed to do more research than most other disciplines. But our research we have been trained to do research in a fashion which keeps a bulk of research away from us. If you were for everybody here was present during the fintech session. The moment Mitra started talking about numbers, half of the people's eyes started glazing. Because lawyers, why numbers? Not necessary. This used to happen when we study economics.
Not really, Shobik. Now, here I have to say, I have a huge phobia of numbers. Maybe that was one of the biggest reasons why I entered into law.
that essentially establishes my fact.
Same, no? So how many of you have a phobia of numbers? Quick show of hands. There you go. And you were surprised why the eyes glazed over.
No, that is because of the fact that...
Again, I can tell you, if you have a fear of numbers, you need not, because law needs numbers. Without numbers, we are pretty much useless and confused. And technology here, of any variety, be it starting from your basic calculator to your laptop, your PC, or to anything that you have, would essentially enable you without having to crunch those numbers. There's a reason why I keep latching on to Shobik. I don't let him go. He's part of my center. I head the Center for Financial Laws. The reason is he is my number cruncher. I just don't let him go. That's one of the biggest reasons. I can do the conceptualization. I can do the designing, but I can't crunch numbers to save my life. And that's a fact that I have to accept and get on with. So you don't have to be petrified about it.
Exactly. And the biggest thing is that technology helps you do the things which you are not always able to do by yourself. That's a given thing. That's for everything.
Within a given time.
Within a given time.
Even unlimited time, you might end up doing.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, of course, having a phobia about numbers is nothing unusual. I think a sizable number of our population actually have that, including those who have actually studied long-term with science. Even a lot of people have phobia of numbers. The thing is that, this is essentially, if you're building a better argument at this point of time, I have been tracking this Indian legal research being done for quite some time now. And there is a huge dearth of acceptability of our research in the global context because of the fact that we do not do empirical legal research. We will write about, give us 8 different articles about what XYZ have said. We will be able to come up with something which will have a nice summarization of all of these arguments. And we will say that, this has to be published. This is seminal work. but it's really not. It doesn't give me any further insight. Now, any kind of empirical legal work need not always have numbers, but everything which can be expressed in numbers can also probably be expressed in a different fashion. Anything which can be expressed by way of a graph, you can try to explain it differently also. But the end result is that.
But graphs look pretty. Better keep graphs. They look very pretty. Yeah. For people who don't understand, they get awed by graphs.
So for presentations, one of my dear mentors used to say that he would come up with an argument and then he would give it to me and say, spruce it up. Because you need to increase the presentability of your argument. And that requires substantive things as well as what we call frills. Frills part is secondary thing, but the substance.
Always use graphs, pie graphs in particular. Always use tables. They're very impressive.
But the fact remains that empirical legal work. When I started working with people from science domains, I realized that the way we come up with research questions, the way we do simple samplings for our study, we are not trained in law about how to do some of these things properly. And I spent writing one proposal out of which how to avoid bias in sampling. My team worked for 3 days on that. And that was a very charitable thing we lucked out. Otherwise, you might as well spend 7 to 10 days on that point minimum. The end result, 1 paragraph. The work which went into it, huge. And we are being taught this not, had I worked only with law people, I would not have learned this. There is nobody in India who teaches quantitative legal research properly at this point of time. In your research methodology classes also, you are likely to get much exposure to any of that. That is the reason why we need to work with other people, with economists, with sociologists, psychologists.
I'm trying to reach a to-do. Just summing up all your insights that, so like you said, training the paralegals. So designing curriculum for the paralegals, writing a policy regarding this, which is around the Chandrachud committee and so on. So, can we just come up with just a one-liner, some kind of to-dos that, kind of deliberation that we are.
One-liner?
We can have an elaborate discussion, but
you're talking to a lawyer and you're asking for one-liners. Sorry, sir. Yeah, I don't know. The best one-liner is I have to prove that I'm not a robot to a computer.
And I would say that there is probably one-liner for all the would-be lawyers or the lawyers who have not yet closed themselves off to the possibilities. Technology brings chance, and chance favors the prepared mind.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that's a good one-liner. But for me, as I said, having to prove as a lawyer that I'm not a robot is my one-liner.
True. So as a design, concluding a list of to-dos. So we all agree that kind of design more curriculums like this, targeting not only law graduates, but also the paralegals and the entire fraternity.
Non-law graduates.
Non-law graduates maybe also, yes. And the second thing, I don't know how important it would be to design a policy or something related to it, like what we call policy papers, typically.
White papers would be more acceptable than policy papers, I would say.
Yeah, because policy papers are usually, policy papers are.
Oh, somebody's internet speak out. That's okay.
Yeah, I think we have been talking too much about technology without some technology not making its presence known. But white papers are better than policy papers because policy papers are usually read by people who do not understand policy and have.
They might, but policy papers are usually discarded.
Yeah, the industry acceptability of white papers is always higher than policy papers.
Higher. White papers is always. What is a white paper, people? Is it something that I put on a white A4 size paper? White paper is the first thought that I would translate onto a paper. So it would be my persuasive arguments and the basis of those arguments that I would put together, compile them together and provide. That's called a white paper.
And chances of that having a greater acceptability to industry is higher because of the fact that when we start thinking about something, we are still in a solution-oriented frame of mind. We try to figure out a problem, how to solve that problem. After that, we come to a scenario that whether I am presenting it in a fashion that my supervisor will accept it, and then that supervisor will sign up on it, and then the rhetoric starts bringing in and then creates a policy paper out of which the gist has to be culled out.
And if it is possible, because I know it will be horrendously difficult, to have some sort of acknowledgement or a recognition of the limitations that we work with it. If we do not acknowledge or recognize the limitations, then this white paper, policy paper, any thought, any training would not really take off.
So I mean, being the senior most technologist, I would like to make a comment on this.
Yeah, I just have not only a comment on this, but in general, I found that there are low-hanging fruits which are not really ideal, which has a lot of to do with automation and all. And going back to the situation on ground that people say is good, but more promising for future than of now. So my take as a technologist will be to teach the legal people on little statistics as well as the law.
Yes.
Frankly speaking, because
we just went on sampling.
Frankly speaking, because I mean, like doctors, will go. I mean, I don't know the lawyers, but like the doctors that I see, since the subjects are statistical in nature, a bout of statistics is a must. Or
descriptive sense.
Yeah, but absolutely. I don't ask them to understand the
probability,
the proofs and everything, but the ideas of statistics and how to interpret things.
Yeah.
How to interpret things in a transit way, where we have chances. So that's the must. That's what I understand from this discussion. That's one. And about AI, I guess will come after that, and we need to be prepared for that. That's my thing.
So, and designing more curriculum like this?
Yes, you can design more curriculum like this for the paramedics, I mean paralegals. In every domain, the people at the periphery are the most important ones, and you cannot do well in the system without their assistance. So that's a must. So that is of course a good call, and but I must say that to cater to the needs of, I think that if you go for technology for law, the number of faculty members will be severely less than required, and therefore we need to have a habit of kind of reaching people online in a sense, as well as a hybrid mode, as well as in some live sessions physically. That's another thing. So this training modules, in my mind, would be primarily kind of a hybrid mode of which is online plus a bit of offline workshop, an offline workshop, not like this workshop. That workshop will be primarily about questions and of theory kind of.
So other than statistics,
multimodal, I say multimodal.
Right. So other than statistics, how much other hand-on technologies do you think one goes? Say like able to write very basic Python codes, able to process a text, identify the entities or legal entities kind of thing.
No, it can definitely help. I mean, I know for a fact that when I started, or before I started offering a course on law and AI, I realized that unless and until I have some basic exposure to the modalities involved, it's not. I won't be able to do justice to the course itself. And it all builds up for capacity towards capacity building. Like I think we have around 35-40 students with us now. Hopefully, many more who are watching the YouTube video. Now, there are definitely some people among these who, were it not for the workshop, would not have that much interest in figuring out where potential exists in this area. So some of them will at least go out and think that, this is something I can do. What can I do about it? Now they will be slightly better prepared to look out for opportunities which may arise. And these days, there are so many different ways of actually making things, learning things online. I mean, we have multiple different courses, be it programming, be it plain and simple logic. A course in logic can actually help a lawyer. Sure.
I believe that the budding lawyers must understand that the ones with whom they will compete in the next 5-10 years will know Python programming and basic logic from their high school. So if they are not really aware of that, if they are not used to it, then they will be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean the CBSE curriculum already introduced programming in class 10 and class 2, 10 and 12.
ICSE is also talking about introducing an AI basic.
Oh, AI course is already there in CBSE.
Yeah,
and
also
the government heavily wants that AI education should be like security. Education and security in AI should be a part of.
So the future lawyers will already come with those knowledge.
That's what I'm saying. So
is a little gap with the current ones. Maybe those gaps should be bridged.
Guys, if I can say one thing thank you, sir, about this entire workshop, the end result, it's a great leveler. I mean, whether you are differently able, whether you can speak English lesser than me or better than me, whether I can have much faster typing speed than you, it's a great leveler. So in no ways that I can see it's a losing argument. I mean, it's a winning argument all the way through. I would strongly suggest that each one of you become as much aware as you can about this area and how to apply it into your not just law but everyday life.
So that brings to the end. For the interest of time, it was a very interesting discussion. I hope that will continue, maybe again in some other occasion. So now we have something in this connection that we were discussing. That we developed a curriculum, 10 hours, actually 12 hours, curriculum on technology and law, bringing both the things together in an AI-driven society. So here is the brochure. So now we have our friends who will be taking over and speak few words about this program that we have.
So can you speak and then I'll share you want me to share the teaser?
Yeah, you can start up sometime, maybe.
Yeah, that means.
I'll just give an introduction.
Sure.
How does it feel? Brainstorming session. This would be before lunch.
I pointed.
So, the distinguished guests, attendees of this seminar, Honorable Vice Chairman, professors of languages, professors, analysts, research scholars of PCG Crest and other universities present here, distinguished lawyers, everyone present online or offline. Before I start, one thing you all have come to know or more or less on it, that in current years, in the recent times, you should have both technology, artificial intelligence, and law in the judiciary hand on hand. So to do that, basically we have come up with a course in association with PCG Crest and lot of hands-on from NUJs, which is named as Technology and Law in an AI-driven society. I hope you all have got our brochures. It's a 10-hour course, the course overview, the faculties, the contents, everything being mentioned there. You all can just log in to our website, metaeduverse.net, register yourself, get these brochures online, and step-by-step methods, how to get into the course, how to do the course. We do have, after this 10 hours course, we do have the evaluation system and as well as the certification. And we can offer you the course what we have designed, considering the post-pandemic situation and massive economic drawdown. We have tried our level best to make it available at a minimum price for the good of all the law students and the lawyers. We have designed the course at only rupees 10,000, but today, only for today, because of this seminar and the auspicious occasion of launching the course, we are offering a flat 50% discount. Anybody registering this course today till midnight, there will be a 50% discount on the course fee. We all have discussed a lot about AI technology and law, why it is needed. I'll just say the takeaway from the course: appreciating the change in legal landscape and policies. Number two, being familiar with the enabling technologies like machine learning, IoT, blockchain, the related applications. Appreciating the technology created privacy breaches and security concerns. And obviously the hands-on exposure to new age technology through live demonstrations. So we request everyone to go through the brochures and take up the courses. Today till midnight we are offering a discount of 50%, and we are in touch. I just tell you one thing, I mean, you will find a lot of such courses on internet also might be. Then why the course through Meta, Maven, Edumetrics, and Tech and Innovation? Because it's a newly born partnership company. But why Meta is basically we have tied up with all the eminent professors across India who are either artificial intelligence, machine learning experts or the Indian law experts, and under one umbrella, we do have technology, we do have lawyers, we do have corporates. And so at any point of time, at any given point of time, given situation, we can provide you such service which can be beneficial for you, be it technology, AI, or law, or corporate ethics, anything is concerned. This course will be very good, very helpful for the corporates. Also, I mean, corporates, big corporates are having the legal sense. They should also be aware of the recent technological developments which we are expecting in Indian law to expedite the processes. The tendency of cases will get reduced. So, this course will really benefit you socially at a larger platform and put you in a new dimension. I'll not take much time. I'll introduce our advisor, my learned fellow colleague, Mr. Pinak Mitra, who is one of the leading advocates of Kolkata High Court, who share his experience and conclude this session.
Thank you, Shobhata. Good afternoon to all of you present here. First of all, I would like to thank TCP Crest and EduCrest for giving me this opportunity to share a few thoughts with you, which I realized during my years at the bar. So just like we say that change is the only constant, it is also ever evolving. And I would like to share with you that I have also enrolled for this course, because just like law is ever evolving, we never studied this while I was in college 15 years ago. And with the changing times, we need to adapt with technology and move ahead. Some time ago, like Vinita ma'am was saying, that judgments are updated on the same day and the server copies can be presented before the trial court. But however, in my opinion, as a practicing advocate, I have seen that we are yet to be associated with technology in that aspect at a faster pace, so that the access to justice can be provided easily to all the litigants across the country within a very limited period of time. The trial courts still do not accept the server copies, whereas the magistrates or the judges who are there in the subordinate judiciary are very reluctant to accept those order copies which we produce from the website of the High Court or the Supreme Court. But whereas they can easily verify it. I have also faced in my career as a lawyer that it's a very ridiculous thing that when I have seen judges when I have taken out my cell phone reprimanding me for taking it out. I have seen senior advocates while I am assisting them, while I am searching a judgment in my phone through Manupatra or any other SCC online or India Qanun, saying that don't take out your phone in the court because it is against the court etiquette. So this thing has to change. Similarly, like I am an avid user of Manupatra. I really like their interface. While I was working with assisting several senior advocates, I have seen that they are relying on judgments which have recently been overruled by the Supreme Court. But since they are not very much tech savvy, they do not use they don't get the notifications probably like we use Live Law, Bar and Bench, and all the legal updates which we follow. They have cited judgments which are overruled. And I tried to tell them that, sir, this, which is also being a junior assisting such a senior stalwart, saying that, sir, this has been overruled recently. So I feel that they should also change their mindset in the legal field and accept technology the way it is changed. I think our generation is at such a phase which is in between transition. As some of the panelists here were saying, that AI has been introduced in schools in the CBSE curriculum. We did not study that. The senior generation is not at present yet ready to embrace technology. So unless we update ourselves and be at sync with the upcoming generation, we will fall out of line. So primarily for that reason, I have myself enrolled for this course as well, because I think, as I said, while starting that law is ever evolving, and we also need to understand, embrace technology, and also the change which is happening regularly in the legal domain. Like Supreme Court says one thing in today, the judgment is reversed, overruled the very next day. And unless we are very tech savvy in our legal profession, I don't think we can survive for a very long time. So that is my idea of being as a lawyer, and I would rest my submission here and hand it over to Srijani for conducting further. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have shown the teaser here. You could see actually the details of the course. And apart from that, this is the website. So we'll be mailing the website to all the registered participants, right? Actually, you can read about Meta, you can read about the participating institutes. And when you go to the AI law course, you'll be getting an option to register. So this is nothing but a Google subscription form. When you fill up your details, then you'll get a mail with all the links where you can pay, all the QR codes and the NF details where you can pay whatever for the course. And post which you'll be given an ID and password, using which you join to this course here, and you can log in and look at the videos and the hands-on sections and whatever is required. So we'll be mailing the links to all the registered participants. Please do participate and register. And I think Shubhrata, if you would like to end up.
Yeah, just before the lunch session, I must take a few names. I mean, without them, we wouldn't have any opportunity to see him. Starting with Dr. Prasenjit of TCG Crest DIICT, Srijani, Ayon, Professor Shobhik Bro of NUJS, Dr. Somiran Chattopadhyay. Without their relentless working on this course, we wouldn't have come to you. So do read it, judge yourself, and in all probability, try to get into it by today to get a good offer and to enrich yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Mavin. So we would now break for lunch and continue from 3 p.m. The session would be based on AI methods for legal data analytics, followed by hands-on sessions where it will be shown real Python codes on how you can actually automate legal processes, and very interesting topics on how you can actually work on the AI personhood and how to, the one which Professor Majumdar had earlier said, like if you have robots and how you actually control the personhood of AI. So looking forward to an exciting session post-lunch. We now break for lunch. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I mean, yeah, you're getting my sound.
No, no, here. I think the headphones are.
Like it's working now?
Can someone quickly check in the YouTube whether you are getting the sound?
Yes, sir. Hello. I think the video is also frozen.
I think I just removed the chat and put it in that way. So
Yes.
Yeah, but now it is frozen.
yeah,
The screen got frozen.
I think the camera.
It's lagging, that is fine.
No, it's like definitely that.
It will lag.
YouTube though.
No, but then this is frozen. See the
This is
camera-
frozen. This
the
current
camera-
will be frozen.
Camera is not working.
But the camera is.
ঢুকে এক্ষুনি তো ঢুকে গেল আরেকবার
No, the camera is capturing.
এখন
They can see.
আরেকবার চালা দেখ লাস্টের জায়গাটা দেখা যাচ্ছে কি
Oh, now it is.
It's frozen actually.
Audio is coming.
Yeah, audio is working.
Video is not working. The audio is okay.
Okay, then I'll just wait a couple of minutes. I think Kanchan has gone out to get Shomendra. So that's all.
Yes.
I'm trying to.
The camera is back.
There's some internet connectivity issue or something
Maybe you can log out and log in once again
on the camera.
from the Zoom thing.
Okay.
And I am informed
Hello.
You can check the audio also now.
Yeah, can you say?
Shagni, click on.
The voice is not audible.
Hello, hello.
না না একদম লাস্টে একদম লাইভ কর
তো ওখানে তো সাউন্ডটা দেখাচ্ছিল তো
লাইভ
শেয়ার অডিও একটা বলবো।
হ্যালো।
হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা আচ্ছা তাহলে তো বাট ইটস ল্যাগ
ল্যাগ তো করবেই
লেটে আসে টেলিকাস্ট লেটে হয় তুমি ওর পেরেন্টস কত সঙ্গীতা বাণী ছিল না সঙ্গীতা বাণী তোর আইডি কার্ডের সময় করতে যাচ্ছিল
না গুড আইডিয়া audio
Can you kindly confirm?
hello hello
Yeah, I can hear.
hello
Hello. Yeah, I am able to hear.
Yes, can you hear us?
I am able to hear. Yeah.
We're not able to hear you.
speak that
Okay.
Okay, but that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
I'm really sorry for this little bit of internet glitch. So, Professor Gu, you can just continue.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Like, I'll just give a brief introduction on what we were talking about because of this break. We're mostly talking about AI methods for legal data analytics, coupled with legal liabilities associated with AI and person.
Right. It's so as I was saying that legal information this way, if with the help of legal analytics, legal information becomes more accessible to us. Thus, it also helps. We were talking about that access to justice gap. So think about it. Currently, you are a fairly idealistic lawyer who wants to offer pro bono services to people who cannot afford to pay. But you will also have to, earn your livelihood. So you have decided that 2 days a week, I'll be offering services to pro bono clients. Remaining 5 days, I can work and make my money. Now, in these 2 days, how many clients can you help? That is limited by your own personal capacity to do legal research for them and other things. Imagine a scenario wherein the speed of your legal research increases 10-fold, 20-fold by using these tools for legal analytics. You can help more people. As simple as that. So this is just one way in which the access to justice gap can be bridged this way. By no means the only option. But the problem is that algorithms and all of these that we use for technology, often a lot of algorithms are available which are open source in nature, which anybody can access or most people with the requisite knowledge can access and use. The problem with legal statutes and cases in bulk, especially in the Indian context, access to that kind of legal documents is surprisingly restricted. Think about it. We have faced this. I'm sure everybody here has faced this at some point of time or another. If you do not have access to your institutional subscription of Manupatra or SCC Online, What do you do to get a case? India Kanun, mostly available for free. If you want to take specific data, specific cases out of India Kanun or even Manupatra or SCC online paid databases and freely available databases, whatever, they will allow you to do individual case search, case law search. But bulk trawling for cases is not allowed in any of these databases. You cannot import case law data of say 500 cases on 498A at once. Not possible. But for most kind of legal analytics, the training that is necessary, the system will have to be trained. And for that, this bulk data, access to this bulk data is essential. Similarly, for statutes, I mean, almost all the laws which are in force in India are supposed to be, available online, right? At least the central laws today are for the most part. Not all state laws. You will have to know where to get those. They are still available if you know where to look. But normally, just if a layperson tries to search for a particular state law, not all the laws they would get. Or even go on a more grassroots level, some municipal regulations. Very difficult to access. I'm not even talking about the language barrier. That's a whole separate ballgame altogether. So if you want to create a healthy ecosystem for legal analytics, that requires legal data to be open. Now, why I am talking about that? You are not supposed to be able to in a position right now to change the openness of bulk legal data. But there would be a point of time when you may be in a position to decide what legal data should, in your control, should be allowed to act in the legal domain or not. So think about this. In legal research, for the most part, this is also, I have seen something in course of my interdisciplinary work with the domain. For the most part, the first thing that a scientist does when they come up with a paper reflecting their research work is, setting IP considerations, intellectual property considerations aside, they try to put it up. There are forums for that, RCEF and several other things, wherein they will put it up and they will expect other people to read, criticize, comment, so that the actual drawbacks and limitations of the research can become more apparent and people can improve upon that. In India, insofar as legal research is concerned, first of all, practitioners rarely publish legal research data, if at all. Even if they come across some amazing data in course of their research, they will rarely publish it. Because their entire research is very, very much client-driven, client expectations-driven. So that leaves the bulk of the research to be done by academics. Academics publish the results of their research in these journals. How many of you have in course, several of you are from third year or fourth year or different years law school. How many of you have actually consulted specific journals in order to know the legal position as compared to looking in the commentary or a Bayer Act? I would wager that the number is not very high. People do not go to, unfortunately, people who actually seek solutions, they do not go to legal journals to find the solutions. So these journals are essentially places where I write, and I'm very happy that I have published an amazing journal. All my peers are all like, oh, okay, I've done some amazing work. But the research is not much use to most of the people who actually need that research, because bulk of these journals are also behind paywalls. So this entire opaque culture of legal research has to change if we want to do any kind of meaningful legal analytics. So there's this law university based in Gurgaon. I think some of you would have heard of it, BML Munjal. Now, Munjal had conducted some kind of a survey a couple of years back, wherein it was revealed that 42% of the lawyers whom they surveyed were of the opinion that in the next 2-3 years, at least 1/5 to 2/5 of the day-to-day legal work would be conducted with the help of legal technology. The thing is that they never asked, or at least the report did not reveal, what made the lawyers think that this is going to be possible. I mean, is it their own practical experience that they're working with data and seeing that legal tech is being used? Is it their idea that, okay, a lot of things are being done? So, imagine a situation, you, after attending this workshop, you forget everything about law and technology. You are outside this workshop, somehow there is you suffer from some short-term memory loss, you completely forget about this workshop. But occasionally, there are some words that you get to see, that you come across in your regular life: the algorithm, legal data, analytics, artificial intelligence. And this sort of triggers some latent memory inside you. And you start believing that, a lot of things are possible. I had attended this workshop where all of the people who are supposed to know better, they had said that a lot of things are possible with legal analytics, with technology and law. But I'm not sure what is it that is actually possible. And when we are not sure what is it that is actually possible, we tend to think that a lot more things are possible and probable and practical than actually are. It's a natural tendency for us to, whatever we don't understand, it must be so high level that we are not being able to understand. So if we take that, consider that perspective for a while, then imagine a scenario. There was this, anybody reads the National Judicial Data Grid? If not, I would recommend that all of you look at it from time to time. It publishes some quantitative data about cases, etc., all across the country. And we all know that this tendency of cases is something. Everywhere you read from those old lines saying justice delayed is justice denied to things like this, so many lakhs of cases are pending, so many crores of cases are pending. So everybody believes that, everybody is on the same page that pendency of cases is a bad thing to be there for the justice system. And some people consider that the problem is lack of judges, problem is lack of infra, problem is lack of not lack of paperwork. If anything, the problem is so much amount of paperwork involved in a case that it becomes difficult to finish in time. The thing is that legal sector in India currently is one of the biggest legal sectors across the world, but it is highly under digitalized. We were talking about in the earlier sessions that at least cases are now uploaded within the same day or within 24 hours, etc. True. But the way in which we report cases itself is problem. We have found out when we were actually analyzing judgments, from a judgment, if somebody asks you to identify the facts, most of us with legal training will be able to do after reading the judgment. Are those facts? Or are those the judge's version of the facts? Maybe there are plenty of things which was there as part of the facts which the judge did not deem relevant while writing the judgment. So as somebody who wants to know exactly what set of facts the judge was dealing with, we have no other way of figuring it out because the original petitions are rarely available. Those don't get published. They should be, at least somewhere, but they're not. Nor is there absolutely any drive to publish those. I was just discussing something with in the morning that some of you here would have known or at least heard of competition law, even if you have not studied it. Now, in competition law, but more of you would be familiar with the terms mergers, acquisitions, etc. In competition law, we call it combinations. Now, for a combination to get approval from the Competition Commission of India, people are supposed to file parties are supposed to file forms, Form 1, Form 2, etc. So standard Form 1, Form 2 is approximately 250 pages for the most part, maybe even more. Based on that, the decision that the commission is taking, whether to approve that a combination or reject it or approve it with modifications, that gets published as part of the CCI's orders. In an amazing move of transparency, CCI publishes all its orders on its website. Look up one of these orders. You will find out that the average size of these orders is 6 to 7 pages, max 10 pages if it is very complicated transaction. Now in 10 pages, if you are supposed to read it, by reading those 10 pages, if you are supposed to figure out the circumstances surrounding those mergers, which it took the applicants 250 pages to file, God help you. You can't figure it out. So, but then we are happy with cases are being digitized. Cases are not enough. They don't give us the entire picture. Now, as a result of this, that's why we have this amazing way out in law. We always say, oh, that's fine. There was a precedent which was applicable here, but the facts of this case are different. It is not applicable. How are these facts of this case is different from the other cases? If you want an explanation for that, you won't find that in most of the judgments. They will simply say that this is a difference. This is different. This is different in my opinion. My opinion, I'm the judge, so that's what it counts. Now, the thing is that there are other different reasons for hostility towards incorporating technology, high cost, lack of awareness, data privacy, security issues, etc. I'm not going into all of those. But the fact remains that legal analytics require an open but regulated legal data regime. This will, because if we have an open legal data regime but unregulated legal data regime, there are problems associated with it. Anybody can think about any such problem. If you make all the legal data accessible for public, what is the potential side effect of that? I'll give you an example. So there was this individual who had trawled in Canada, the LII database, which is there for them. So that's publicly available. So this person had, he has done, he would identify individuals who were part of organizations and who had been involved, those organizations were involved in some case law. And in those decisions, judgments, whatever, some not so flattering comments were made by the court or by the other parties about this individual. So this guy would actually identify all of these cases, take out those paragraphs and put those up in his own website. And then he would use Google indexing to ensure that whenever this person's name is Googled, these would be some of the top 5 results which would come up. Now imagine a future employer trying to research about you, searches, finds out this thing in your name. Your prospects are not going to be very good, right? And then he would essentially put pressure on those individuals that pay me money to remove your entry from my website. Problems of legal data being available, open but not regulated. So to ensure consumer confidence, if I'm taking access to legal analytics, in other words, if I'm using legal analytics to boil down Keshavananda Bharati's 900 pages for my purpose to say 5 pages of worth of stuff, then the next thing is that I have to figure out who these 5 pages. Somebody say there are 2 service providers. One is providing me tools, which is boiling it down to 5 pages. Another is providing me some other tool, which is bringing it down to say 5.5 pages. Now, then my question is, which one is better? I can read these 2 separately, but reading the results, 2 separate results, is not always going to tell me which one is a more accurate representation unless I have knowledge of the actual thing which they have distinct. So, of course, there are experts who can do that. But when I'm a end consumer, if every time I have to know the original thing, then what's the use of the thing? I might have read the 850 pages myself. So without the consumer having to do this kind of work, the legal analytics tools still have to instill consumer confidence somehow, that mine is a better version. How to do that? That's another question that lawyers can help. I was just talking about during the panel discussion, certification by lawyers of legal analytics toolkits. That's something which we can consider. And from description of a case, of the facts of a case, the relevant issues involved, to prediction as to how the judge can rule, to prescription as to what the judge is going to do in order to sort this thing out. These are all different steps involved in looking at a particular problem from a legal perspective. And these will use different, when we use legal analytics for all these 3 separate things, so these will raise different policy concerns and they may require distinct regulation. And, when we talk about, Denning himself, when he said that, numbers are not tools for lawyers, Denning was actually a student of mathematics. Before his law degree, he had got a maths degree from Oxford University. So it's not that he was not aware of data and how it works and how numbers work, etc. Of course, if you had talked about data science to him, might not have been able to figure out what you were talking about. But his underlying theoretical knowledge of mathematics, he was not lacking in that. Yet to him, success in legal profession boils down to your command of language. That's something that we are also challenging now. A lot of people are challenging the concern. How good a lawyer you are, does that solely depend upon your knowledge of English? There are plenty of people I know who have amazing legal acumen to arrive at solutions. Their command over the language may not be that good. Not their fault. It was not their mother tongue. They have not received that kind of language education. The question is being a good lawyer intricately and intrinsically linked with the command of language, as Denning had thought? But what Denning failed to anticipate was that there is this connection between mathematics and language. Yeah, there are people who have been wizards in both. Lewis Carroll, for example, very good mathematician, also had a way with words, as we all know. And technology makes it possible to occasionally represent text through numbers. It is possible. There are different ways in which we can actually come up with text which can be represented by numbers. Now, most of the legal universe consists of text. We have these contracts, we have these statutes, treaties, judgments. So text is supposed to be a big deal in our world. But suddenly, if you treat text as data, not simply language, but information which needs to be processed, then that means that legal analytics is rendering our job scalable. Instead of reading 1 page a day, I can read 500 pages a day because it's data information which needs to be crunched. It is making it possible for it to get the sense of it, get the essence of it rather. Now, there are 3 basic technology trends which are underlying legal analytics. One is that this concept of having law as data. The problem is that most legal information is what we refer to, and I hope I'm not encroaching in the technological domain there with experts around, but legal information mostly represents unstructured data. It's not very structured. It's not tabulated properly for us to figure out what is there, what is the correlation, what is the causation, etc. So this text of a contract, the law of judgment, or audio recording of a hearing. So the advances in technology are now making this analysis of unstructured data possible. So one thing is huge increase in computational power. From 2017 to 2020, these 3 years, I believe, for this period, computational power increased, rather, computer processing power increased, I think, in several magnitudes of 10. So I think from 10 qubit to 10 to the power 7, something like that I was reading. So anyhow, let us take it for the sake of it that the computational power at our command has increased hugely. And there is this also something which is known as Moore's law. It's for those who, for tech background, they might have heard of this. This computational power keeps on increasing exponentially. So think about it, the amount of processing power that you have in your cell phone, in order to have that kind of power back in the 70s, a whole room worth of computer processors would have been, could be stacked on top of another, and that many number of CPUs would have been required, more probably, if not less. So that's clearly happening every single time. Now whatever we talk about computational power, 5 years later, it would have doubled, trebled, 10 times would have gone. So that part is sorted, that if your problem is crunching the data, that technology exists and that technology will keep on increasing. The other part is legal material is becoming increasingly available in digital form. If not the extent that is good for that we can consider acceptable, it's still happening. So with email, more and more people are actually sending legal communications over email. That itself means that data which you are sending automatically becomes digitized. So you're sending drafts of contracts from yourself to the client. Automatically that's there. Earlier, you will have to send a hard copy. The client would see, maybe make some comments. It would again come back to you, would again come up with separate thing. So that already is happening. At the same time, something which we refer to as legacy data, that is hard copy documents of the past, those are also being slowly digitized. The pace is very slow, but it's happening. Who are doing this? People who stand to benefit. They are always going to be the first people to take any actions. Companies who believe that digitizing their data is actually going to help them, they're the first to do it. Now that today, when Supreme Court is giving these orders, we get to see, oh, data is being digitized. But it has been happening for a long period of time. The other part is, of course, I mean, it can work both ways. The more digital data exists, the more the background noise from you to pick the correct data. And when we talk about AI comes to our aid by enabling any kind of efficient and effective investigation, big unstructured data sets. It's large legal text corpora. So if we consider this legal text as the main raw material for legal analytics, then AI provides the tools to mine it. So if we are planning to do that, like, people have, for decades, people have codified or rather digitized all the US Supreme Court decisions. And you can say that even our Supreme Court decisions are now digitized. There is a difference. US Supreme Court decisions, if you look into websites such as LexisNexis, you would know that most of the US legal documents are also coded. These codes are very, very useful for the purpose of conducting legal research. If you need to, for example, if you need to know that on a certain point, what are the different kinds of laws available? This is the first problem that most young legal researchers face. So we don't really know. Maybe, okay, fine, I know that if it is copyright, then I should go to the Copyright Act. But what if some other act, there is a possibility, I myself had faced this once, Sale of Goods Act was used to solve a problem where Copyright Act failed. Now, how do you figure out that Sale of Goods Act actually has any bearing on this matter? As a legal researcher, young researcher who does not have the necessary experience, the codes actually help, can help potentially. So, there is this, computers are there to do the heavy lifting of translating text into data. We have things like the NLP, natural language processing, one of the most useful tools that can be used in legal analytics. And using that in one of our classroom discussions, I was having this exercise wherein how a particular judgment can be rendered machine readable. Most of what our judges actually talk about, the machine will discard because it's of no use. The problem is that the machine does not yet know what to discard and what to keep. That's the job of the legal analyst, that's the job of the lawyer to figure out. And there are advances being made now, which makes it, there are things like network analysis models, which sort of gives information as different nodes and links, and it's fairly good at representing relations such as, say, citations between court decisions. Network analysis models have been used to great effect for this kind of thing. And we have machine learning. It automates analysis that used to be learned manually. You start with supervised machine learning where there is some manual intervention which will help you figure out the output that the machine is coming up with. The eventual aim is to have unsupervised machine learning, so the machine itself can learn by working more and more. So all these trends are there. And what we figure out is that these kind of litigators at this point of time, mostly when we are asked to come up with our judgments to support our cases, we do anecdotal sampling. We have no idea that on a certain matter how many case laws exist, and maybe there is always the chance that another case law exists which could have been of more use to me, but I could not find it. This is a problem which can be sorted out with legal analytics. I don't have time, so I'll just stop here. And there are different ways. I mean, it adds scale, but remember just one thing. Legal analytics is not meant to replace traditional legal research. Analytics will provide scale, but the texture, the details are still to be provided by traditional legal research. That part is there, which is why we say, when we say that, this entire myth of AI driving lawyers out of work, that's not going to happen. AI is simply going to, do you think today there are sufficient number of lawyers in India to help all the people who need lawyers? No. So bringing a legal analytics model to help the existing lawyers to do better research is going to help them get more clients. It's not going to drive them out of work. On that note, I'll stop and hand it over to.
So this will in clear terms, this will speed up and attract more clients per lawyer. Process. Thank you, Professor Guo, for this insightful talk. We now would have a very interesting session designed by Dr. Srijoni and Dr. Oyon to show you some real examples, some codes written in Python, and some AI applications that's happening around the world in large way, posing threats. Srijoni.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Right.
I guess my screen is visible, so we'll start. We'll try to wrap this up soon. So please, if you have any questions, do let us know. We'll answer. So we'll be mostly discussing about how actually AI can aid legal processes. And so basically, before we go further, we'd like to start with some important videos. Yes, let me play this. So what you see here is a very well-known video. Sorry. So there's connection with the internet here. Okay. Right. So what you saw here was a very well-known dance performance by Madhuri Dixit in a recent movie, Aaja Nachle. Okay. And here, again, just beside it, we'll show you a video from a fictitious character, Mona Lisa. Please, let's hold on here. So let's stop there. So, like, did you see Mona Lisa actually impersonating the movement, the facial movements and everything of Madhuri Dixit, right? So this is nothing, but this is actually a deep fake. So we have actually, impersonated the whole of the, facial expressions, dance movement. We only showed the facial part here over a fictitious character. So that character can be anyone. It can be you. It can be someone else who is going to impersonate a well-known character and maybe speak out something which is actually not relevant or could cause harm to Madhuri Dixit. Here, anyways, we were doing a harmless impersonation of the video. So before we go into what are the forms of data and everything, what we are trying to say here is that, like, legal evidence, they can be tampered. So they can be tampered using AI. So I will talk about the bad effects of AI first, and then we will go up to what AI can help. But yes, for example, if you have a voice, a voice clip, it can be easily tampered. So you could use the voice of Obama and just make him speak out any kind of speech which you want, basically. And that could actually serve as an evidence, and it would be difficult for you to understand whether the evidence is correct or not. The genuinity would be an issue to even, understand or correlate with your evidence. Similarly, like, for example, images, we could tamper images, like we could put up, like, we'll come to those examples one by one. We could actually tamper images, tamper video, tamper even text. Basically, the head notes which you generate, even that can be tampered. Okay. So, or for example, if we just give up like Shah Rukh Khan, if we have the phonetic library of Shah Rukh Khan, okay, so we could actually, build up a whole speech which would just sound like him. And you could make that person speak out anything in your favor. And that would completely, bring a issue or, maybe raise issues with the complete legal judgment process. So here are the forms of data which we are going to talk about today, mostly textual, image and video. And we're going to show you small examples where we'll show how AI can actually tamper the evidence, or AI can also help you detect the genuinity of the evidence. So we'll show you examples of two types. Okay. So just to summarize, like for text, we could help AI in giving you, it could extract your head node, it could generate text. It could also help to detect, convert text to speech, or maybe even for the analysis part, this is where AI would come up and help you. It could help you detect fake news or any kind of fake evidences using a trained AI model. Okay. Same applies for image. We could give image style transfer. This is one example which we're going to show you where we actually could tamper evidences related to AI, to images which are painted, paintings basically. We could actually recreate paintings from painters. That's just an example to show how AI can actually take up the style of an image and convert it and superimpose to a different image, and your whole evidence is gone. It's not genuine anymore. Same applies for videos. So we'll start with fake news detection. Okay. So this, before we go into it, this is a news which is fake. Like, could you read through it? I doubt whether reading through it once you would be able to understand that it's fake or not. It's very difficult to judge. But these can be actually your evidences which you'll use for your legal processes. Okay. So now implications, basically. So what are the implications? Like, you could spread violence, you could determine elections, okay? You could also cause stock market surges. So multiple implications, and that could actually cause harm to human lives also. Some instances of fake news, like if you have heard, like there are 100 misleading articles in the 2016 presidential election of US. And I think most of you have heard about the Hillary Clinton pizza store child abuse bracket, which was actually super, it was not said by Hillary Clinton, but her image and her video was used to speak out these stuff. So that is where the presidential election comes up. Even for fake news detection, I'm going to show you an example in using Python where we'll give you how Donald Trump and news about him has completely, I should obviously this is the public forum, but yes, the elections had been compromised. Okay, so we'll show you such examples. And then that is the reason why there are many countries who are coming up with these suggestions that, okay, we are going to arrest people who are going to spread panic about corona, panic about news, panic about elections, panic about violence. So people do that, right? So they are now being tracked through AI, which are going to help lawyers. It's just going to give you an aid, maybe to understand, like, okay, these news can be fake, and then you use your personal judgment and then maybe come up to a decision which would be better than the one if you wouldn't have AI as an aid, okay? And then again, some of these, these are like life-threatening things, Malaysian airline news, okay? You can go through these, we'll share the slides with you. So before we even delve into it, what are we talking about here? Like, can anyone tell me, like, here the news, is in what form? What form of data are we dealing here? Like I showed you 3 forms of data now. Text, correct. So we are trying to analyze text here, right? So, like, I think the biggest or the very innovative idea which you can actually have about text, and that was actually given recently by one of my mentors, is that how do we represent text? So there should be some kind of representation, right, of text. So actually, you have a sentence. So how do you understand what that sentence is saying? You might read it, but AI will not read. AI is a machine, right? You have a human brain to read it and comprehend it. How would AI comprehend it? So you need to convert it to a form which is machine understandable. And what is that? That is a vector form. So if you see here, this word, king and queen, okay? So I have a fixed size of vector for the word king. This represents the semantics of the word king. And then queen. Now, king and queen, both these words are related, right? Obviously, it's much more related than king and pizza, or queen and queen and chair, or something like that, whatever. So, king and queen, these vectors, if we actually do a kind of like some mathematical vector arithmetic, if we do, we'll be able to find out, okay, these two vectors are related. So from there we can say, okay, these two words are related, and overall these two sentences are related, or then subjectively or in abstract form, these two news are related. So at the basis of all text analysis, that is how you represent text, and that is mostly done using vector. Like you obviously have vectors. If for sentences you can you have pause, like you can say that this word is a noun, this word is a verb, and these things are there apart from vectors. So these are few of the things which we use as AI methods to build up. This is how we represent text, and then we learn it over multiple millions of data and come up to a classification. So what I'm trying to tell here is, at the base, you have to remember that text has to be represented in some form to the machine for the machine to understand, and that quickest and very dirtier form of representation would be vectors. Okay? So, and apart from that, we could have, for sentences, we could have syllables, we could have average number of words. So these are just a very brief overview on what type of features. Features are nothing but representations of text which you can use for a large volume of text to learn and then come up to an output. Okay. So maybe I can leave out this diagram for now, and maybe also this, like, because what we are showing here is that embedding is nothing but a vector, and all these vectors are then, there's some kind of operations are done on those vectors, and finally we have an output, a label for that sentence. So news would have a label as fake or true, right? So that is what I'll show the code directly. Maybe that could create much more interest. And if you really are into competition, or if you really are into learning Python later, so there is a website named as Kaggle where they actually have lots of these news data sets which you can try out. I've just given these for your reference. So I'll just go to the code directly. So now this is a Python code. And what we are trying to do here is that, like, if you want, I can give a very schematic understanding of what Python codes are. Would you like that? Or like, maybe, okay, fine. So mostly the structure would be like, initially Python is actually a package-oriented language. So you
can magnify.
Is it visible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So these are like, if you're actually doing utilities in using, codes and everything. So Python has various utilities which you import here. So, when you're actually using a language, it has a lot of functions, inbuilt functions, inbuilt utilities which you can use, and then, do your work. So these are all just import packages part. So, and then this is the data which we are using. So we have this title. The data form is, it has a title, it has a text, it has a subject, and it has like, whether it is fake or true, that is also mentioned. Now you have to understand that AI, if AI does not learn on existing data, it does not know anything. So you have to feed existing data to the machine. And what do you mean by existing data? If you're trying to detect whether the news is fake or true, then you need to at least feed millions of data which will contain, okay, this is the, the text of my news and whether it is true or fake. So you have to feed data, proper data to the machine. Then only it would learn and later predict on a newer set. Okay, so these are the data sets I was talking about. So these have what? These have your title, these have whether it is true or fake. And this is what we require. So the labels are whether it's true or fake, and the title, the whole text is what we are going to analyze, the news text, basically. Okay, please let me know if you have questions. Okay. So we'll not get into complete details here, but what we are trying to do here is we're trying to pre-process the data and maybe see whether we can find some characteristics of words between fake and true news. Okay, we have, for example, in this data set, let us suppose we have 1,000 rows of true data, true news, and 1,000 rows of false data. Let us just assume that. Okay, so when we draw graphs here, we see the distribution, like how the count. You see that, like, okay, the true news is a little bit less in the data set. That is not of importance. Now, very interestingly, we have just done pre-processing here. Your data needs to be pre-processed. Why? Because your data would contain special characters. Your data might contain junk things. Sometimes, all those punctuations that doesn't make any sense. You need to remove them from the text because we are mostly concentrating on the words, right? On the semantics of the words. So let me come here. I'll show you some interesting stuffs. Now, yes, now you see this. We had this data set, right, from Kaggle. And what we did was that we did pre-processing and everything cleaned up. And now we were trying to see the distribution of true and fake news. So if you see, true news have more or less, spaced equally from 2015 to 2018, but there was a huge spike of huge spike of true news from 17 to 18. So you see the fake news access has started from 15 to 18. You see the cream color, it's like constant. So we do have these nuisance carrying on from a lot of time. And then we have some spikes up. This is completely based on the data set we are using, okay? It does not generalize the fake news or the true news part over all the world news, okay? Just based on the data set. So this is how you can actually analyze the data set. Similarly, we could have the length. Here we are trying to compare the length. How long are the true newses or how long are the fake newses? Is there any feature where we can see that, okay, the fake news has a longer length or something, just kind of analysis, okay? Similarly, these are the text length again. And these are the number of capitals in the title. So if you see for fake news, a lot of capital words comes up, like basically nouns, okay? Because that is what they're trying to, they're trying to defame some person with some activities. So it's mostly nouns, right? Mostly capital letters. So that is how you actually, even if you do not use AI, even if you just use these methods and just take a text, you'll be able to gain some idea whether the news is going towards the fake direction or the true direction. Okay? So this is again caps text. Okay, we could have the subject. What we could see is that mostly the fake news is, you see, left US government news, politics, basically. So this is mostly US presidential election. We had a lot of fake news going on at that time. We do the cleaning of the text. And these are some of the, I've just done a word cloud of the number of words which comes up for fake and which comes up for true news, okay? So this is for the true news. United States said Donald Trump. And if you see for the fake news, only Trump. You see this Trump, big Trump cloud there, it denotes frequency. If your frequency of the words is huge, then it would show up as a huge letter in the tag cloud. So these are a few of the tag clouds which we have taken. Okay, and then if you look up into, this is one word. If you take up, see, these are the words which have come up for the fake news most. Trump, US, President, Reuters, State. And if you take up two ground words, basically, two letter words, two word phrases, then Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, President Donald, North Korea. So these are the words which have come up the most in the fake news, okay? So this is data analysis part. After this, what we do is that we take up the text, we take up the text of the news, convert it into vector forms, and then we use a machine learning algorithm, which is known as time series learning. We'll get into it later, but for now it is an algorithm where we take up one word at a time, try to learn what it is saying, remember what it is saying, take up another word. So it's like a state machine. It keeps on learning, and then finally it predicts a label for you, whether it is true or false. But before that, you have to train the whole model. So there are two aspects of machine learning. You train the whole model, learn the model, and then next time you restore that model and use to predict it on a newer set. Okay. So we will be sharing all these codes with you, and if you have any queries, you can come back to us later. We have your emails and everything. So finally, using this model, I'll just show you the results. So this was predicted as fake, this whole news here. Using the model which we have trained, this was predicted as fake. And similarly, this here was predicted as true. Okay. So I think we could understand for the text analysis part, a very brief overview of how you can actually use it. So this is an aid which lawyers can, use of basically while they're actually collecting their evidences. Okay. Now we go into the next part, that is image. Now, how many of you have heard of the painter Van Gogh or Gustav Klimt? Right. Fine. So I'll show you something different. So this is a Van Gogh style image. If you see here, right? It's Van Gogh style. It's a way the painter paints. It's his style. It's his personal style. Okay, and this is the style of Gustav Klimt. You'll be able to understand it. It's a different style of geometric patterns. Okay, and these are very, the gradients are very much smashed, and so. And this, I think all of you know, this is the Mumbai skyline. Correct? Now what if I actually use the style of Klimt and superimpose it on this picture and make it look like it? So that is what we have done with image tampering. So what we do here is that we'll come to image first. Very quickly, we'll go through the image and then I'll show you the example. Yeah. Very quickly, just a very one slide I'll show you. So you see here, like basically this robot here is just a picture of a robot. And here you see, this is an image of Klimt, basically Klimt or some other painters who have geometric patterns as their style. And this gets superimposed and you have a Klimt style robot. So this is called style transfer, where you are actually taking a whole image and you're creating an image impersonating a famous painter and his styles. This is an example, but if you actually can pick up features from an image, you can actually try to superimpose that. So if you have a background, for example, you can just use the styles and everything and superimpose on a person and treat as an evidence, right? So we are doing image representation here. So what we need to understand is that, like, mostly image, it's like pixel values are used to show the images. So mostly we'll be working with pixel. We are trying to understand, okay, which part of the image is darker or which is lighter, or maybe the density of the pixels. So these are few of the features we take up, the image density, pixels and everything. So these are the features which we are going to feed again to the machine. You have to understand if the machine has to learn the style, we need to give it something to learn about the image. If we just feed the image, it is not going to work. We have to also tell something about the image. Similarly, as we were talking about something about the text, correct? So this is just a very brief outline of the machine learning model which we use. We use various kind of features from the image and feed it. And finally, the images and properties of one image get superimposed on a different image to produce a different image altogether. Okay, so we'll show you. Let's see a code. Okay, let me open the code first. So this is the Python code. We'll not get into the code. So let's not get into the code things now, but we'll show you. So I have just taken up a simple image and have taken the Klimt style. Okay, the Bombay skyline which I showed you, and if you see how it has turned out to be. It's hazy, obviously, and this is not something which we have improvised on. Obviously we do not want to, but show you the, copyright, there are copyright issues. We could only show you open source softwares basically. But if you see the skyline, actually the geometric patterns of Klimt has got superimposed on the Mumbai skyline. If you have seen that picture. Similarly, if you want to see it for Van Gogh, see this is a Van Gogh style. I think it's differentiable, right? Different styles on the same image of Mumbai skyline. Right? So we could also show you this maybe. We'll just take up any other image here. So maybe we could just take up a landscape, maybe a sea, for example, something refreshing, and we'll just run the code here. It would take time to run, but after this, you would see that has got converted to a geometric pattern. The sea beach does not look like a sea beach anymore. But that is where the image tampering comes into picture. That is where we are talking about digital evidences getting tampered, that can actually affect your judgment process. Okay, so let this code run. We'll get back to this code later and see what type of output this has got generated. We have used the Klimt style for it. And now we'll go into the third element, which is speech to text, text to speech, right? So we would actually use up any voice. That voice can be a clipping for any person. That can be yours, that can be Obama's, that can be even Narendra Modi, anyone's voice. And we'll use that as an input, train it over a data set, and we let that voice say anything which we want. That is the video which was played before Professor Majumdar actually came up with his address. If you remember, that was a voice played video, and that was actually done through an open source software. Okay, so let's get into it. Let that code run. Something actually, I think it's relevant for you guys that voice is actually an electronic record. So we did find out that okay, it can act as an electronic record, but it is up for our discussion and debate. I'm not sure, but maybe if it is for electronic record, then we are in for big troubles, because speech can be very easily modified, tampered, and your own speech can be used to speak up anything else you require, and that is the software which we are going to show. So you see this is just a small toolbox which has been created, and once this toolbox is created, this keeps running here. This would run here, the toolbox is there. So I've written this text here. If I become the president, I would implement changes A and changes B. Now this is a very controversial topic, because if I am contesting for an election and I say these, and I'm not saying this, someone else is putting it on me, and then once I become a president, people are expecting these things from me. Okay, this is just an example of how it can be, malfunctioning the whole institutional country's institution, right? So we take up any speaker. There are like multiple voice speakers there, and we load. Okay. It would take a bit of time, and then we synthesize and vocode. And you would actually find out that different words speaking out this. And this speaker can be anyone. It can be your voice also. So the whole AI process has been done, which learns over it, takes up the characteristics of your voices. So your voice modulations, your time lapses between your voice. Again, that is the signals basically. So that is again the basis of your representation of speech. So you need to understand any form of data which we are using, we need to understand how do we represent it at the basic level. Then only we can think of coming up with features. So let's hear this. It was very low. Did you guys hear?
The volume of the laptop.
I'll just export this and maybe show it.
Yeah, I could hear what it was.
If I become the president, I would implement changes in. But
obviously, A and B was a bit morphed, but then you see, this is someone else speaking, basically, right? So, and if you see here, the code was actually running here. These are the data sets, and these got generated. So again, the whole model is based on taking up data, taking up speech snippets, extracting features from it. Features could be related to the voice modulation space, again, the signals, basically, how your voice signals spaced and other features, and then learn it to, again, superimpose the text on that speech, right? So let me see if this code has run, the one which was running. Yes, so we could now see the C pitch in Filmstein. See, these are the C pitch. I think it's completely morphed, but yes, this has the Filmstein. Right. So coming back to just maybe summarizing it a bit before we move on to another domain, is that what Ayun Bandyopadhyay is going to talk about, how we are going to tamper video. But as you saw, we showed you 3 forms here, like image, audio, text, how we are actually tampering it, and how these can have direct implications on digital evidences. Over to you, Ayun.
Thank you, Sujani.
Like wait for 1 minute and before we start.
You're facing problem sharing the screen. Actually, the concept is to show you the code, how it runs. Target is to show you that those videos are not created manually. It is created by some algorithm. So let's wait a little bit.
Where's what?
Here is the code. The code is taken from this guy, GitHub repo, alias or something. His name. I can pronounce his name. The credit for his work. The first step of this code is to install some useful packages and softwares. It will take a little bit time depending on the internet speed. Software has been installed. Now we will run the code. Here is the code. You can see we have started running. It will give you some example video and example images, where the videos will be as an input and like video samples. Obama from or saying something. Obviously, the audio is not here. Audio portion has been shown by Sujani. We'll take randomly two guys. Let this one or this one, and video from Donald Trump, and try to generate output for bypass. Well, just a minute.
This is 200 times more. It's not 300
Yeah, the output has been generated. So let's see output side by side. Can you see the output? The facial movement, all those things are superimposed to Donald Trump. So you can imagine how we can take videos and all those stuffs, you know. So we need to be very careful, and all those legal experts can help us how we can stay away from this type of fake documents.
That's all I did. It's on my end.
I think that ends the hands-on session. So if we actually now go back to the videos which we showed you of Madhuri Dixit dancing and then Mona Lisa impersonating her, I think you get some brief idea of how we actually went about to do it. That was a whole video which involved tampering, text, speech, audio, video, all. So now, yeah, what?
Yes.
We'll just take a 5 minutes break and then maybe.
5 minutes.
And then we'll end the workshop. So just after 5 minutes.
Hello.
Maybe Shobhiran sir will actually present us with the vote of the time.
waiting for showing.
Okay, so yes, we'll wait for 5 minutes and we'll end the session with the. Yeah, okay. So let's break for 5 minutes.
No, break it, you need.
Cameras.
Not the restriction.
Good afternoon. We are very happy to have the Vice Chancellor of NUJS with us right now in the closing session. Thank you, thank you, sir, for your help, what you extended throughout the day and before. And we hope that we will continue to get your blessings and support in this journey. I would like to request you to say a few words in the closing, as a closing note.
Good afternoon, all of you. In fact, in the overall, I not conclude my speech due to some network problem. But I have tried to convey to all of you partners, TCG Crest and our Global Aadhaar Institute and our technology center. Here we have realized that law should now take its perspectives and enlarge its mission by collaborating with other disciplines, particularly science, technology, and this is one of the initiatives. We have already taken some other initiative by collaborative research on technology law, and we are also planning to have some other courses on like data protection, privacy law, and in our undergraduate also and postgraduate we have technology papers. And also I think we have to take the other lawyers and law graduates or even those who are not in law, those who are in technology field, they also need also to know that when application of science or technology in our society to be in operation, there may be some control regulation required. And for that, what extent the legal framework, regulatory authority can be developed or what principles followed, so that there would be real benefit to the society. And for that, now learning and knowledge sharing is very much essential in our education policy, not only in our country, in other countries also. So we have to go by the need and the movement of the global legal education, where law and technology and other disciplines also to be very merging and new knowledge, new vision to be initiated. And today's our interaction meeting may be with one of such steps, which we think more ways we can, and we'll meet again and have more collaboration, more such discussion, deliberations, not only just oral, it may be some printing form which may be written as contribution of our or your thinking process, so that I would request Shobhik and Chris and others also to develop some papers, monograph, or even book form also think of, so that some of the thinkings with 2022 we are having. After 10 years also, there may be another decade, they will think what are the thinking process in 10 years back and how we advance. So some recorded things also, maybe with pictures some and some records may be here. But I think if it is once in printed as well as e-book also, so that will be, I think, for the next decade, next generation, it will be very much helpful. I am to take leave from you. Some of the other guests are waiting in my room. So please go ahead and conclude. I will also be with you, all support required. Please look after our technology along with Ban and his team. They will support. And we are very much interested to see that law, technology, science being very much linked, and will go ahead all other technological or science education and research institute. So we are welcoming the today's program. Hope we do something for the society. Thank you all.
Thank you.
জাস্ট একটা কাজ করতে হবে আমাদের ওই রেকর্ডের জন্য, সেটা হচ্ছে আমি স্টুডেন্টকে বলেছি যে আমাদের এই প্রোগ্রামের ব্যানারটাকে, ভার্চুয়াল ব্যানারটাকে পিছনে দিয়ে একটা ছবি তুলতে হবে তার সামনে এইসব দেখ।
Sir, would you like to contribute?
Yes, so I would like to request Professor Shobhik to contribute with the validation.
Yeah, very good afternoon, and it's thank the Vice Chancellor of NUJS, WNUJS. What could be a nicer way to end the first of its kind workshop in technology and law? So I have to sum up in a few sentences. We have deliberated upon the use of and coexistence of technology and law, and delve into the complementary nature of these two kind of disparate domains. So we had every bit of element in this particular workshop. We had panel discussion, we had hands-on experience, we had talks by eminent persons. We worked into the privacy, security, and transparency part to begin with. Then we talked about the demands that the lawyers have from the technologists in the panel discussion. We also had a nice talk on the issues and challenges in fintech legal domain, as well as a talk on cryptocurrency technologies. And then we had a talk by Shobhik in the second half and the hands-on session. And finally, our Vice Chancellor concluded that the promise of kind of merging these two domains in a very coherent manner so that future can be built, also had a nice idea of putting things together to kind of check the evolution of this subject from in a decade from now. So with that summarization, I have to offer now my vote of thanks. The first thanks will be going to all the participants who kind of painstakingly stayed here throughout the day, offline and online. And I must say that they were sleeping. They kept awake, and most of them even kind of nodded as if they're responding to whatever they're saying. So that interaction was very exciting and interesting. So thanks for your participation, your patience, and for that matter, I'm glad to say that about 100 students participated in this event today through offline and online, as the Zoom, YouTube, and the offline presence count can show. We had about 300 participants registered, and out of which 100 participants actually participating in the peak time is definitely worthy to note. Of course, we have to thank the organizers, particularly the people at NUJS, the teachers, the technical help, because this event was largely dependent on technical help, and the relentless effort of a lady called Srijani to check the details of this thing, and well supported and entertained by me and of course, so that she could get the energy for doing all these things. But nonetheless, it was very interesting to know that with 5 minutes kind of a glitch, the event could actually be completed. And we have a recording of this event as well. And for that recording purpose, actually, we had to rely on Dhirubhai Ambani's excellence. I mean, long before you were here, from 8:30 onwards, 2 or 3 people, right? Two students, PhD students at Gujarat was awake for your work, and because of the glitch, you came to know about them. One was Shurupin, the other was Malgam. If you could follow what we are talking, to whom we are talking, you could see their names. I mean, there are 2 persons over there in Gujarat for independent Bengal. That's nice. That's also nice in a setup where these 2 states most often fight each other in terms of politics. So that's nice. But we have many speakers here, so I thank them all. And this event could not be conceptualized without 2 persons. One is Prashanjit Mujumdar and one is Shobhi. So I thank them for the formation of a community, which is not there as of now in India in a very big fashion. So I hope that his efforts towards generating a community or creating a community of technology and law will succeed. That's my sincere hope. And those also serve who stand and say, so if I did not name anybody, then I must say that that's my fault. I take that all. Frankly speaking, each one of them, including the ones who served us the lunch, and the samosa maker even. Yeah, it was a nice samosa, by the way. The tea was not that good, even in the tea. But the samosa was nice, I must say. So I thank all of them for that. Yes, and the one small entity was here who has kind of believed in us and thought that dissemination of these kinds of course materials is important. And therefore, they spent a whole day in spite of their busy commercial schedule. I basically meaning the Mavin team. I also have to thank them for that. I believe that every good thing has to come to an end. Every good thing has to come to an end. Even bad things come to an end. It's a super plus statement. It's a super plus statement, but something to relieve. You can now, go out, take your cold drinks. That there is a very nice, colorful alley nearby, lane nearby, where I meet most of my NUJS friends day in and out, because I used to work, and I will work in a campus which is nearby, and many of our teachers do come to this lane very, very often, twice or thrice a day. So that's very colorful street. And So there are good joints you can enjoy, and thank you again for your cooperation participating.
Kindly can you wait? We have to take a photograph. And thank you, sir, for your vote of thanks. It wouldn't have been possible without your support. Thank you.
Be in front of that virtual.
I was speaking
अभी বসুন এটা নিয়ে ওটা
হ্যাঁ বুঝতে হবে না আমরা লম্বা কি যারা পিছনে দাঁড়াই একটু আমার
আমার ছবিটা তো ইয়েতে লিখে যাবে
ছবিটা
ছবিটা লোক আছে
এই গজনই তাহলে তো আমরা দাঁড়াতেই পারবো
আরো তো ওনারা সবাই আসুন
দাঁড়াতেই পারবে
এই জায়গাটাকে মানে এটাকে আমাদের হ্যাঁ আমাদের সবাই করে
হরাইজন্টাল করে প্রোফাইল না করে ল্যান্ডস্কেপ ল্যান্ডস্কেপ
When if you end up covering the edges, no go.
Are you talking? আপনাকে আসছে না কি স্যার অতি চিন্তা
ঠিক আছে
ম্যাম আসছে
মেডিয়েশন